Then, with that said, hello everyone. Welcome back. Last we left off, Ariane fulfilled his end of your deal. He summoned, Captain Elsword of APS, and you showed her the creature contained by the key fragments. The woman who was locked away, held prisoner, and claimed a monster. And Elsword gave the order for her release. You managed to retrieve the last remaining key fragments and unlocked the bindings holding Fenrir, the New Moon Scourge, in the APS headquarters. Finally, after so long, she's free. And as she's been released, she speaks of the moons talking to her, loving her, calling her perfect. And as she steps out into the sun, she claims she can hear them again and begins to hum along to their song. A song that Hellebore, whether she realizes it or not, hums along too. So, you all have about 4 hours before nightfall. Is there anything you would like to do?
You already know.
Does it die?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's dying time.
Okay.
Well, I die even harder.
Oh, shit! Talzin dies even harder than Heli does.
Fuck. I think we have to roll for that.
Oh, do we? Okay, let's go.
True, roll for
Let's
dying.
just not
Roll for
roll.
dying. Is this like a con? Is this a con check? I think...
But no, what? So you guys have about 4 hours before nightfall. What do you do?
I think Caliber at least will, once we get settled down and stuff, she will want to take Vinrare to see Randall just to confirm that she is actually okay with watching over her and stuff, and, you know, to kind of warn that she might be a little bit of a homicidal maniac, just a little bit.
Okay.
So she will do that at some point. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I need to make a stupid check.
For why? For why do you need to stupid check?
Because I was stupid and was jumping the gun on too many things, and I don't remember the apology.
You don't, or Rain doesn't?
I don't.
You were
Hold on.
supposed to apologize to Heli.
I'm aware. Oh, fuck.
Then what do you not remember?
There were certain words that were meant to be said, and I just can't remember it right now. My brain's
You
not
did.
working, please.
You did promise Serena you would promise before the day is over. if I recall
Exactly. That's what I'm like. Oh, fuck. That's exactly why I'm like, do I just, wait, or do we go for it? Because I, myself, as a player, don't remember what I wanted to say. But it's fine. We're balling. Okay. I guess Rain is going to, at some point before the night is like fully over or anything, Rain wants to go seek out Helly.
Okay.
So
Well,
whichever one you want to do first.
I was about to say, is that before or after Hellebore leaps to bring Finra to Randall?
Mm. I feel like Rain would not want Hellebore to be here.
Hmm.
Fair. We can say she's already gone then.
Do we want to do the conversation between Rain and Helly first?
I mean, we can do the Hellebore Rindal just to give Ayla time to remember what she was going to say.
I doubt that'll work with my brain today.
Fair enough.
It's fine. Either way, whichever one we want to do first, guys.
Do we want to roll for it? Or do we want to throw a curveball and do Talzin first?
Talzin first.
I do have an idea. I just need to like double check with you that I'm thinking of the right person.
You probably are, but I will await that message. In the meantime,
It's not a thing I need to text you about.
Oh, okay.
I'm just like who was the person that like rescued a bunch of slaves from Talzin's place?
I
think you said it was Tatum. I could be remembering wrong.
Wasn't it Arian?
Was it? No, Arian
no.
was the one who was looking
Arian-
into it and like
Ah,
started
okay.
it. But
Yeah, Arian started the investigation. Tatum was the one who was actively
Oh,
leading
okay.
it at the moment.
okay, because what I wanted to do is we did meet him quote unquote once or twice, yeah.
Tatum? I don't think so.
I don't think. I'm trying to remember. A part of me is saying we have, but I don't think so.
You encountered him in Asunia and exchanged a few words, but you didn't really have much of a conversation because that was when the Cursed Ones blew up their base.
Yeah. Okay.
But
So I was
you
thinking
did
correct. I was thinking
Yeah.
correctly. Okay. Never mind.
Then
I
you
wouldn't.
work,
I
right?
wouldn't. I wouldn't count that as the thing I could do for sending. So I'm just. He tells us he's gonna read his book then.
Okay.
I got nothing.
Aw.
What were you saying, Ayla? Ayla, you were saying something?
I wasn't.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to roll for whether we do Hellebore or Rain and Helly first, or do we want to do you guys have a preference?
I honestly don't mind either way. We can roll for it just to come to a decision faster if we want to.
Fair enough. Helly and Rain are even. Hellebore's odd. That is a 2. So Helly and Rain first.
All right.
So Hellebore takes Fenrir and heads off towards Rindal's, leaving the rest of you alone.
Now here is an issue. Is I don't think like Helly would want to just be left in a room with Rain. So it would have to be Rain being like, "Hey Helly, can you stay behind?"
Well, you guys have the room, and then I assume that's where Taliesin would be reading his book. And Hyacinth would probably be there as well. So you're not alone in a room with Rain unless Rain pulls you aside into a different room.
Mm-hmm. It all depends on how Rain starts this.
Yeah.
Let me shotgun this venom real quick.
Hell yeah.
If I don't choke on it and die, then why'd you laugh? Oh my god. Hi guys. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I am my own worst enemy right now. Right, Rain. Fuck, we were doing so good yesterday. Rain is okay. Sorry. I think honestly how Rain would probably go about getting Helly alone is just by going up and asking. Uh so whatever Helly might be doing at the moment, well, which group would Helly try to go with, honestly?
I mean, if Hellebore is packing up, like getting ready to go bring Finrod or Rindal, Helly just kind of assumes she's going with her.
Okay. Then Rain would kind of approach the two of them and ask, uh, Hellebore, Helly, or rather, Helly. I guess this only really goes to you, but would you mind staying back so that we can talk?
There is much incredulity, but she'll say, "Fine, okay." And then we'll look to Hellebore and say, "I didn't want to talk to Rindal anyway, so stay safe."
You look to Hellebore and she is like grinning ear to ear, like tail like kind of swaying behind her, and then she tries to act a little bit more serious. Oh, yeah. Have fun, Rain. She gives a knowing look.
Oh, I'm going to have a blast.
I am mentally preparing myself to summon something to attack Rain when he inevitably attacks me.
What? I did think about, honestly, that being a form of apology, not gonna lie.
A lot of my characters would love an apology through fighting. Helly probably wouldn't take it well.
Yeah, no.
Helly would be like,
Fashion
let's do this,
duel.
and then starts happening. She's like, oh gods.
I did totally like have a thought process of, if we punched Helly, maybe we get into a fight, wear off some emotions. No, Rain wouldn't be able to survive that.
That would probably work for Klutz and maybe even Todd, but not Helly.
Yeah, Rain wouldn't survive that, so I can't do it
Rain
with
doesn't
Rain.
survive most things, so probably not the greatest idea.
After after Hellebore, fuck, these names are gonna get me today.
Yeah, they're gonna get you. They haven't already.
Literally every time I speak of them. Shit, which one was I talking about?
Hellebore is leaving. As Hellebore is leaving,
Yes, as Hellebore is leaving, Rain will just kind of try to catch a look and almost like a pleading "Don't go" look. Rain will, I guess, stay behind, sadfully, alone with Helly.
sadly.
Um, Seeing as how I'm assuming Talzin and Hyacinth are still here.
Towson's a little nervous, but he's chilling.
Okay. Rain would kind of just gesture to the door, right behind, kind of making sure the door's open so that, Helly can also go out. Would you mind, going on a walk with me, Helly?
Roll persuasion. Nah. Helly like rolls her eyes and says, "Fine. What's this about?"
I think you should know what this is about, honestly. Don't worry. Neither of us should end up too hurt from this.
That's crazy.
I looked at Towson and I say, if I don't come back, tell Hellebore it was all Rain's fault. Make sure she knows.
Talos is just gonna like gesture to his new crowd, just like, do I need to keep an eye on you two, or are you two gonna be okay?
I do just wish to have like a private conversation, honestly. If we wanted to have it in here, like just at no murder or actually no. Because that has now been put out into the world.
Are you
I
planning
don't
on
want
murdering me?
No, a complete opposite, in fact. But no, now that has been said, Helly, we can't go on this walk because you're gonna end up, something's gonna happen, and then I'm gonna get blamed for it. It's just the way the world works. Like, vampires are gonna come up and, I don't know, kidnap you or something for your power, and then I'll get blamed for it, and I can't have that. We're staying here. I'm gonna do something so that we can have a private conversation. Just stay still.
I mean, okay.
Rain's gonna cast Tiny Hut.
That's wild. Spend 10 minutes casting Tiny Hut for a private conversation is wild. I love it.
Works. Okay, 10 minutes later, we are alone in the hut.
That's fucking crazy.
Well,
Give me just a second, dying.
finally.
You good, Rain?
Yeah, I'm good. Sorry. You know that like when you start coughing and you just can't stop coughing?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Once they are both in the tiny hut, Rain will just look around. After looking around the tiny hut, he's gonna just assume they're not necessarily alone, and Philly's probably, lurking around as well. Which, makes sense. But Rain is going to take a seat on the floor and just kind of gesture to the ground across from him.
Ellie, still standing, just watches him.
Huh? Seat yourself. I don't know how long I'll ramble for. I'm assuming you probably know why I am wanting to have this conversation with you. And I also feel like this is something that you alone should really hear, because this is personal and something for, well, you. I have already talked to Hellebore, and we've made our peace, of course, with that.
Ellie
But
rolls her eyes.
now it's time that I talk to you as well. And I just want to start off with, I am sorry. And you probably aren't necessarily gonna just believe it like that. And I understand. Actions always speak louder than words. So my way of proving that I am sorry is I'm going to try my best to stop fighting with you entirely. No more egging you on. I mean, every once in a while, we might have our little tiffs, a little bit of snappish remarks and everything, but I do feel like, honestly, that's not very beneficial to the team, and we both seem to be the type of people that get easily wound up in our emotions. And while yes, that can sound like an excuse, I don't wish to make any excuses. What I did was wrong, and I shouldn't have taken out my anger and frustration on you. Or Hellebore, for that matter. You said some pretty fucked up stuff to me, and I did the same. But you also have done good. So, pretty much counteracts everything. And, yeah.
Is that
I
it?
don't really have... Yeah, I was expecting to ramble on a lot longer, but I really just feel like the saying words are not going to help out much in this situation. I definitely am going to instead just have to prove myself through my actions instead. I feel like that would be better.
That's probably the smartest thing you've said today. She'll look over to Talzin and Hyacinth, who
I do.
cannot see or hear her, and just say, isolation's a pretty big part of manipulation, you know? You probably know, that's why you set this up. So now, if I call you out for anything you do after this, you can just deny ever having said it, because they didn't see it.
Why would you call me out for apologizing? Apologizing's a good thing, no?
Rain, Rain, do you know what the most common lies in hell are? It's actually not from the devils, it's from the damned. I think off the top of my head, the three most common are probably I can change, I'll do better, and I'm sorry.
Okay, but those people are also actively getting tortured.
Well, Toto, you know, in Avarice, she likes to do this like unique type of torture where she takes people who truly think they're sorry and she gives them a chance. Like she doesn't torture them. She lets them basically go free in the city. There's nothing wrong with them. They don't have any disadvantage that anyone else doesn't have. So should be fine. They should be able to live without greed. But every single time when they are given the opportunity, they choose greed again. They don't actually change. And that just makes it even worse for them, knowing they had the chance to be better, but they squandered it.
I mean, I would still call that kind of torture. But that's
Mm-hmm.
definitely on themselves for not proving themselves through their actions.
Exactly. So I'm going to take a book from page from Toto here.
Okay.
You and I both know you're a bad person. You admitted it yourself. But Hellebore, Hyacinth, and I don't know, even Towson don't seem to know that yet. So
Oh,
I'm
no,
going to
I'm
give you an
sure.
opportunity to prove to them that you are.
Okay.
So fine, try to not squabble with me. Try to like stop being who you are, but it'll happen, and I'll be there to call it out.
Okay. So this is a little challenge and a little test. You're gonna try to get us to squabble, or try to get me to be mean to you.
I don't need to try anything. You're just you.
I'll accept this.
Should I point out that you started this? I thought we were friends, and then you yelled at me for trying to figure out why my girlfriend was crying. And she was crying because of you. And she told me that this isn't even the first time you've made her cry like this. How many times have you lashed out to her and said that you'll be better? And then you did it again.
I understand. I was emotional and distraught at the time, and
That doesn't. So
my
you put it out on
emotions-
her? That's not how this works.
It's not. What I did was wrong.
Knowing that you did wrong doesn't make it better.
I know. It doesn't. That's why I must try to make it better myself.
that all you wanted to say?
I do believe so. Is there anything you'd like to say, or shall we
I've said
commence
everything I
with
want
this
to say.
deal? All right then.
You. Okay. Good. Hallie's just gonna walk out of the circle, or out of the dome,
Fair
and
enough.
go sit down on the bed.
So everything chill, or
Hmm. We'll see.
that's great to hear.
All right. Rain's gonna open up his book and start reading. Gonna do a bit of studying, if you will, inside the dome.
Fair enough.
Can't believe he held me back for that.
Is everything all right?
She glares into the dome. We'll see if it's all right or not. Time will tell.
Hmm. Can I ask what that was about?
Dome doesn't seem to be stopping me from saying. Yeah, Rain just wanted to let me know that he was completely in the wrong and he was so sorry for everything, which I'm sure he said to you and to Tally and to Hallie a billion times. So we'll see if it sticks. I have my bets it won't.
I don't think Rain's ever actually apologized very, like, except
Yeah,
for maybe
no.
twice.
Mhm.
No,
Hyacinth is quiet for a long moment before he says, not that he's directly wronged me, but I've actually never heard Rain apologize.
he has
Hmm.
yet to. So
Even
actually,
better.
if anything, actually, you're probably the closest. So
How do you guys put up with that then? He doesn't even apologize for the way he treats you?
didn't have anywhere else to go. We've already been over this.
And in my case as well.
No. I don't. We talked about this. You saw how Hellebore was after Rain talked to her. You saw how distraught she was and how she said this has happened before. And you still trusted Rain more than me. You still gave him the key. I don't want to hear it from you.
That's fair. Meanwhile, Hellebore. You and Fenrir head out, making your way towards Rindal's office, where you've been a few times now. Approaching the laboratory, you knock, or do you just let yourself in?
No, she lives by vampire rules. She knocks.
Fair enough. You knock. There's a moment of silence before the door opens, and Rindal looks to you. Oh, Hellebore, how can...
Hellebore immediately does like a ta-da type of like motion to Finir. Heimdall! It's her! This is Finir! We got her! We actually did it!
Her eyes widen as you say this, kind of glancing between you and Fenrir, as she says, Wait, you did it?
Mm-hmm.
How?
so like you said that Ariane was like, maybe like chill and stuff. So like we went and like, he was actually like pretty like decent and okay and stuff. So then like we went and like, showed him like what was happening, and then he was like, wow, that's really bad. And then he like, called like the main person or whatever, and then she was like, wow, that's really bad. And then like, yeah, like she got the rest of them.
Hang on, sorry, you... Okay. So, the captain wasn't even aware that this was... Okay. Right, that's... impressive. I... Hello, I'm Rindal Devlin. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Fenrir. Fenrir looks at the hand that Rindal offers. Tilting her head slightly, she glances back at you, Hellebore, as if questioning what she should do.
Hellebore kind of she forgot for a moment exactly how bad Fenrir's got it, and her face gets a little more serious. She will kind of softly like reach out and like take Rindal's hand, like kind of mimicking a handshake, showing what she's asking for. It's normally a nice thing to shake someone's hand. It's like a greeting. You don't have to though if you're not comfortable doing it yet.
Fenrir kind of glances between you, Rindal's hand, and kind of very nervously kind of reaches out. Rindal immediately kind of recognizing the nerves, though doesn't pull back. You do notice that when Fenrir does take her hand, Rindal is very careful to clasp it, only very gently, as they shake hands, and then Fenrir kind of pulls away, looking down at her hand and then back up to Rindal, as Rindal gives a soft smile, then looks back to you, Hellebore. Right, so were you just wanting to show me that you'd done it, or was there something else you wanted?
Oh, well, I mean, partially I did want to show you, and a few more things. First of all, Hellebore takes a few steps back to have adequate room, and she is going to bow to Rindal. She's flexible enough to where she has her legs straight and is able to bend far enough down to where like her snoot touches the ground. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. I don't know if we would have been able to do this without you, at least not nearly as easily. Like, you helped us a lot. I didn't even expect you to make that many potions. Like, we have like a surplus now. So like, thank you for the information and everything, and for like vouching for us. I really appreciate it.
I'm glad I could help. And she smiles. I'm glad it did help, and it's better to have too many potions than not enough, right? Now you've got some left over for whatever the next step of your journey is.
Yeah, and that brings me to the next question.
You don't feel comfortable having two possibly dangerous lichens in your group?
She gives a very sheepish, guilty look to that. Kind of. Well, not only that. Fenrir has been through a lot. She deserves to be able to rest, and Ariane seems to know more about it than me, but he mentioned there's like some sort of like mana sickness thing to where like she's been in like, without magic for so long.
The opposite. where she was held, I received a memo about this. Where she was held was made of magic. There was too much magic in the air. Her body didn't need to produce its own, so it stopped producing its own. It's like, if you didn't have an immune system, if you just, everything made you sick, if your body didn't fight diseases, that's what will happen to her without at least mana supplements for now. I got the memo that I'd need to provide those potions. So, I suppose it would be easier to supply them if she's staying with me for the time being, at least while she recovers.
Are you okay doing that? Watching over her? I mean, I know you're very busy.
Helibor, Azius Protective Services does not just stand for the protection of Azius as a whole, it stands for every individual within the world of Azius. That includes Fenrir. If I were to ignore someone in need, I would be going against the very oath I swore, not to mention... I mean... This is just a favor for family, right?
Halivor blinks and looks genuinely kind of taken aback by that and quickly blushes, not quite knowing how to respond. I suppose. I mean, I still feel bad because you helped with this, and I haven't really been able to give anything in turn. It feels more like, like you help me, and then you help me, and then you help me, and then, like, I'm over here, like, help me more. So, I mean, that like, really feels bad.
Helibor, if you want to return the favor, do you remember when we met in the Empire? When you came across my plague site?
Yeah, we didn't go in there because it was a plague site, but Dad told me about it.
Yeah, so we've managed to keep it contained, but we're still no closer to discovering what is happening there. If you come across any information about illithids, especially something out of the ordinary, let me know. Because any information that you get could make the difference between life and death for all of those infected and all of those who may be infected in the future.
Halibor gives a dutiful nod and stands up a little bit straighter. There's clear relief that this is a pretty easy task instead of like, all right, go risk your life and limb for me now. And she'll smile. Absolutely, absolutely. Rain and I think Talzin too can like talk to people from, long distances now. So absolutely, I will tell him to send a message to convey anything Illithid related.
Absolutely, thank you. Don't go out of your way, and don't put yourself at risk any more than you already would. Just, if you happen upon any information, let me know. I don't need you to, risk life and limb to find a small piece of information, but I know you do a lot of traveling. I don't know everything that you are doing, but if you come across it, any information about it, let me know.
she kind of looks a little nervously toward Vidner and then back to Rindal. There is something else I just wanted to mention real quick. Vidner, are you okay if me and Rindal go inside to talk just for a moment? If you need anything, you can knock on the door and we'll absolutely come.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I can listen to the moons. Rondell kind of narrows her eyes a little bit at that. Well, not narrows her eyes, kind of furrows her eyebrows a bit at that. And kind of gives you a look, a questioning look. But doesn't outright say anything.
It's an awkward, strained smile at that and a little thumbs up. Yeah. Knock if you need anything. She's gonna go inside and wait for Rindal to come in.
Rindal will step inside and close the door behind her. Turning to look at you. Yeah, what is it?
Okay. Haldor, now that she is away from Fenrir, kind of lets any amount of, like, confident persona that she had, kind of just falls, and the stress is on full display, as she gives nearly a pleading look to Rindal. I know that you can't look after her 24/7, that is way too much to ask, but please let the guards or someone know to keep an eye on her. She hasn't had anyone to help her with her emotions, with the wants, with the instincts. I had someone to help me with that. She hasn't. I just don't want there to be any accidents. I don't want people to blame her or call her a monster because there's a slip up or because she bites someone or attacks someone or something like that. And it is a very real possibility. She is fragile right now, emotionally. So please, please, please have someone, multiple people, keep tabs on her.
Absolutely. That duty will be held by any command on the island, as well as whoever else is able to. If I am not keeping an eye on her, someone else will be.
Okay.
As much as I don't like calling lichens or vampires or any one of the sort monsters, she is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
So
That is an undeniable fact. I agree. That's part of the reason. I know you have resources here to. Of course, it even goes without saying, she doesn't need to be just barricaded in her house during the new moon. There needs to be something taken to, I don't know, put her somewhere where she is, like, secure. Like, cannot break out.
do you know if she's capable of magic?
Talon, correct me if I'm wrong, but the first time that we met her and Hellebore hugged her and got bit, she did try to cast something with her crest, it looked like, at least, to, like, heal her.
Yeah, it did seem like she was trying to do magic.
Okay. She gives kind of an iffy gesture. I think she tried to cast some before. Not like to hurt me or anything, but I think it's a possibility. Yeah.
Okay. I will inform Ariane. I may need to contact Warden Herodes. We may need to make use of the Citadel's space if we can't contain her otherwise.
Halibur's face kind of falls, but she stills herself and nods.
Just on new moons.
Just on new moons. Yeah, yeah. That's fair. I know you have to take precautions. That's fair.
We're gonna.
Randall.
I'm going to try and make sure she stays on the surface if possible, but if there is no other option, you know that the Citadel is safe.
I trust you to make the right decision. I also wanted to mention I'm not sure if this is really your area of expertise, or maybe someone else needs to take a look at her, but Fenrir hears things. She says the moons talk to her, sing to her specifically, and kinda tell her to, like, kill people. I don't know if it's actually the moons or not. I don't have any way to confirm. I haven't heard anything from them, but maybe it is. I don't know, just in case it is, if you have anything that might protect against celestial influence, just in case.
That is heavy. Ironically, we don't have any powerful clerics on staff right now. So I don't know how much we can protect against celestial influence. I can check her to see if it is something else. Ariane can check her to see if it is something else. If it's something magical, Ariane will find it, and if it's something physical, I will. And if neither of our tests reveal anything, we might have to reach out to... She pauses, thinking for a second, before kind of speaking up again. There's a Church of Oxum on the island. I think their high priest might be powerful enough. If not, we can reach out to probably the Church of Ordon in the kingdom for assistance.
Oh. Halbert gives a look that can only be described as conflicted, and kind of just nods. If it'll help, yeah. I guess that's fair.
If it's something celestial, demonic, or devilish in nature, a priest is going to be our best bet.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you could try to. I don't know. I don't know if she'd really be okay with you doing a physical, but I suppose you could try. You probably need a sample anyways, right? Because oh wait, well, I guess it's only been like 2 days, but have you made any progress?
About that, I have, but I haven't. Helibor, you're not a lycanthrope.
She just gives a blank stare and slowly starts to tilt her head until it's like basically at a 90-degree angle.
Your blood reveals no sign of your curse. Of your the samples you gave me are normal humanoid blood. Crested humanoid blood, but they show no signs of lycanthropy.
What? How is that? How?
I don't know. I'm hoping Fenrir might actually be able to shed some light. You two are the only what we thought were lichens that we have ever heard of transforming under the new moon as opposed to the full moon. So I figure if I can test on her, I might be able to get some more concrete answer. You definitely, I mean, I'm assuming you're not lying about transforming, so something is making you transform, but it's not in your blood.
Huh. I mean, like, silver hurts, though. Like, just like a lichen would. Why would that be a thing?
I don't know. I have a couple theories, but nothing concrete yet. I need more time. But is there anything you can think of? You know, anything else unusual about your transformations other than you transform into a displacer beast under the new moon?
I mean, they... to my understanding, it's a lot more gruesome and painful than normal, but I guess it... I mean, I wasn't, like, you know, actually bitten or anything, so I guess it...
You were just born this way?
I wasn't born, it just happened. Or, well, I wasn't born this way, I was born, but...
What do you mean it just happened?
She... Tabby, heck you. She was... She just kind of, like, looks up, like she's looking at herself, and then, bites the lip slightly. You said that you can, check, right, for, like, how would you go about checking, you know, influence from, like, an extraplanar thing?
That's more Ariane's expertise than me. And even then, if it's something celestial, demonic, devilish, that might even have to go through a cleric or a priest of some sort. I can check anything physical. I figured whatever was causing these transformations was going to be in your blood, like it is with most lichens, but if you're wanting me to check for extraplanar influence, I'd have to contact Ariane. Unless there's some physical remnant of it.
Well, I mean, like, when I first transformed, well, the tentacles and the extra arms weren't there before. Like, I wasn't born with them. But I don't really think that would have any answers. I don't want to bother Ariane more than I already have. But if he's not busy...
She kind of leans back in her chair a little bit. Thinking before... Can I do a closer physical inspection of your additional arms?
Sure, go ahead. If yeah, if you can, like, you know, like, see the secrets of whatever's... Yeah, absolutely, go ahead.
She kind of takes a step closer to you, and begins to kind of take a look over them. In particular, she feels where they meet with your skin, with your torso, and kind of pokes and prods for a little bit before she kind of shakes her head. Well, whatever caused them to sprout, they're definitely part of you now. I can try and get in contact with Ariane. Unlike some of these people here, I'm not able to just call them. And I can see what I can do. I will have him come and find you if I do manage to convince him, or at least to tell you where to find him.
Okay. I mean, if he can look at stuff like that, it might not be a bad idea to look, you know,
Both of you over?
Yeah, and, you know, maybe, like, I don't know, aerosols specifically, if that's possible, but, you know.
I don't think souls are his area of expertise. That would be... yeah, on APS I don't think we have anyone. On the Archmage's Council, I think Harilna or Serena.
She immediately just sticks her tongue out at Serena. Serena would probably, like, undeadify my soul or something.
Rindal kind of raises an eyebrow looking at you, but shakes her head and says, right, if Ariane needs to call for assistance, I will make sure he knows to reach out to Harilna instead. That is probably the strangest sentence I've ever said. Right. Is there anything else I can help you with while you're here?
No. That was everything. Again, I really appreciate it and, like, taking the time to help me and stuff.
Of course.
All right. Bye, I will like totally, stay like in touch as much as I can with like anything that I hear about, or like, obviously like I'll come back and see Fenrir as soon as I'm not actively being killed by, hunted and tried to be killed by, most of the world. But yeah, thank you. I really appreciate it.
You'll always have a home here, Halibor.
And you'll always have a friend in me. Let me know if you ever need anything.
She smiles. And you let me know if you need anything else.
Elmer will give a forearm thumb up and go out to retrieve Fenrir, and then cue the anime segments of us like walking around and eating and like all that shit.
Hell
We
yeah.
can fast forward till the moons come up.
Is there anything else anyone else would like to do before sunfall?
Nah.
Not that I can think of.
Rain?
Yes, give me just a moment. I want to check see how many spell slots Rain has.
Oh no. Okay, while she does that, I do think there might be a chance for Talzin sends a sending to Arian to try and see if they could come up with a day where Talzin can like go talk to Tatum about everything, but I don't know. I don't think it needs to be a whole segment.
Okay.
It's just like something he does at some point.
Fair enough. Then I will just kind of summarize what Arian's response would be. He would agree that that's probably a good idea, and that he would arrange for that to occur during your first stint of training.
Cool.
So, out of character, what that means is, and I meant to actually talk to you, but when you need to take your break off, I was going to have Arian show up, pull Talzin out for some training, and then the conversation with Tatum can happen during that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I did get the payment down, so moving and stuff will be happening soon. The guy who hired me comes back from holidays next week, so.
Okay. Sounds good.
Things are happening and it's terrifying.
You're doing adult things.
I hate it. This shit sucks.
Rain?
So Rain is going to, first of all, he would spend the first little bit, while inside the tiny hut, just practicing magic, reading through the books, doing some stuff, just like small stuff like that. He would summon Felix partway through, and just like have Felix just watch, just keep company pretty much,
Okay.
and then Rain would get the smart/dumb idea to try to use another spell that was harbor base to summon Fae.
So,
Because this is one that he has not used since Harbor's disappearance.
if I remember correctly, the way that we had flavored Summon Fae was you shifted Harbor into the creature, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Which, okay, hang on. Let me do some mental calculations.
Okay.
Okay, roll an Arcana check.
Alright. So guys, now I have 2 new sets of dice. I have not rolled for either of them. Do we use pink or black?
Pink.
I'm with Pink.
Yeah.
Pink? Okay. Let me grab the pink dice then. Let me clear a little bit of a spot. And math. That's a 14. I rolled very poorly.
Okay. Give me a second. I want to double check the wording on Summon Fae. Was that a Xanathos or a Tasha's spell? It was a... Tasha's, I think.
Isn't there? Oh, yeah, it's Tasha's.
Okay. Makes it easier for me to find. Spells 105. Summon Fae. Third level. Summon Fae! You call forth a Fae spirit. Fuming, mirthful, or tricksy. Resembles a Fae creature of your choice, marked by the chosen mode, which determines one of its traits in stat block. Okay. Fuming, mirthful, or tricksy.
Trixie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can guess, but I need you to say it.
Okay, okay, fair.
Okay. Here's what happens. You channel this magic. You remember exactly how the spell would go. You would channel the magic from yourself, tie it in with Harbor's magic, and she would transform slightly, growing some features that reflect the spell. Halfway through casting the spell, you realize you don't have Harbor's magic to tie it to. And Felix is actually just a familiar, not an archfey acting like a familiar. So you push a little bit more of your own magic into it as you see Felix begins to shift slightly. Though still remaining a mole,
Oh, no.
still remaining a mole, Felix you see Felix's nose kind of shrinks a little bit in size. His body generally becomes kind of slimmer, and his little ears kind of grow out and kind of sharper to almost resemble like elf ears. As he looks really startled, and you hear, "Oh, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening?"
It's okay, Felix. Tell me. Well, actually, I guess it's not quite okay. How do you feel?
Different.
Do you feel... Okay, you feel different?
Stronger. Why do I feel stronger? What did you do?
A little trick I picked up along the way. Can you... How do you feel stronger? Try to do something.
Okay. Felix teleports to the other side of the dome, and a 5-foot cube directly in front of him suddenly just fills with magical darkness. Whoa! That was so cool!
You've really never experienced anything like this before?
No!
Huh. Do you like it?
Yeah!
Okay. I'm glad you like it. If you would like to remain in this form for a little while, I can hold it for a little while. Not very long, but
This is so
if you want to
cool.
try out a couple things.
I'm a little faster now, too. This is so cool.
Can you... Do you think you're stronger?
Maybe.
Here, try to hit me.
Okay. He's going to go ahead and make a... We're going to call it a claw instead of a short sword. But he's going to make an
Okay.
attack against you. What is your spell attack bonus?
Spell attack, +8.
Does an 18 hit?
Yes.
Okay. You take... 8 points of piercing damage and 4 points of force damage. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration.
Okay.
Which is definitely
Oh.
more than the 0 damage that he could do as a familiar because he cannot attack as a familiar.
Oh, fuck. That's 2.
You drop concentration immediately.
I I like to imagine this makes Rain, like, stumble backwards into the wall. Because that was a hefty bit of damage.
Whoa!
Ah. Okay. You're a little bit stronger, for sure. Now I remember why I didn't let Harbor do that too often.
Did
Oh, fuck.
did your old familiar get to do this a lot?
Way too often.
That's so cool. She's so lucky.
Well, now you get to do it.
You're the
Just don't go.
coolest master I've ever had.
Rain looks like he was about to continue saying something, but upon hearing that, he just kind of freezes for a minute. And he sits up. Thanks, Felix. I wouldn't really be too sure about that, though. I mean, I'm glad you think so highly of me, but I'm sure someone out there will probably be better for you.
Yeah, but no one I've had yet.
Well, that's on them, then.
My last
Sorry I couldn't...
my last master really just kind of sat in his office and you know, I was just like his cat. This is so much cooler.
Do you enjoy this form? Or the cat more? I know last time we spoke, you said you did like the cat.
I mean, I did like the cat. But I also like being a mole. It's different. It's unique. I don't think I've ever seen another familiar who got to be a mole.
Oh.
My favorite is whatever you want me to be.
What if I want you to try to find things that you like, though?
It can't be done.
Why not?
Because we're not supposed to want.
But I think you can, Felix. I mean, everyone wants for something, even the grass. It yearns for the sunlight. The birds, trees, everything has wants and desires in life. Surely you can too.
Well, then...
Think of something.
I want... To serve you as best I can.
Rain looked like he was getting closer, like on the edge of his seat pretty much, and the look of disappointment that just like barely flashes across his face as he sighs. I mean, that technically counts in a sense, but Felix.
Well, like you said, if grass can want for the sun, because it's their nature, they need to feed off the sun to survive, well then a familiar can want to serve, because that's what we're made for.
It doesn't have to be, though. You can...
What
The
else am I
grass
supposed to
wants
want
for the sun because they need it to survive, but they can also find other ways to survive without the sun. And I think, in a sense, you can too, but not in the sense of, like, depriving you of the sun or anything. What would make you... Why don't you pick something for us to do, okay? Let's try that. We'll try something new, okay? Do you want to like try a new form? No. Actually, I'm not gonna give you ideas. What do you want to do, Felix? And we'll try to make it happen.
Felix is quiet, kind of looking at you with a bewildered look in his eyes. No one's ever asked me that before.
Well, now you get the chance to experiment. Try something new.
I want to learn how to read.
Rain blinks for a moment. Read?
Mm-hmm.
You don't know how to read?
Mm-mm. All my masters, if they need me to read for them, they just, send me to the thing that they need me to read, and then they look through my eyes and they read it themselves. I don't know what the shapes mean.
Okay. We can do that. Yeah.
We can?
But there are a few things. I think it might. How about we teach you how to both read and write, okay? It's kind of goes hand in hand a little bit.
Oh. Writing. I'd never even thought about writing.
Writing and drawing. Yeah. Okay, but I do think we're going to need to maybe change up your form a bit if that's okay, just so that you can operate the utensils a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be okay? All right. Oh, hello, Jasmine. Stay out there, please. Rain is going to start setting up the stuff to get ready to recast Find Familiar. And, oh gosh, the first thing that pops up in mind is, like, a primate. Honestly, a gorilla was the first thing that popped up in my mind.
I
but
don't
that's
think
a
you
little
can
big.
do a gorilla. Yeah.
No, that is too big. So, we're gonna go with, like, a little monkey, if possible. What is the challenge rating of monkeys?
I don't know if there is a monkey stat block. There's like an ape, but that's big.
No. Like a spider monkey is what I was thinking.
There's a baboon stat block.
I think that would still be not compatible.
If you... I mean, I feel like baboon is the closest we could use for a monkey, but if you are wanting to stick with something that we don't have to wiggle to make it work, octopi have kind of prehensile tentacles.
I do know octopuses do have that, but soap had an octopus, so I'm trying to go with new.
Fair enough.
Yes, soap's used the octopus before.
Then we shall use the baboon stat block, which is challenge rating 0.
Okay. All right. Of course, explaining the process. Felix would take, not Felix, Rain would take the time to explain to Felix the process, and like how he's going about the casting, and he would also go about explaining also the fact that it's a lot different from what a lot of his other masters may do to summon him, but Rain doesn't do magic in the way that it's meant to be done. He has his own way to do it. And before completing it, he would just wish a quick farewell and complete the spell.
Felix vanishes, then reappears a moment later as a monkey. For teaching him how to read and write, can you roll me an intelligence check?
Mm-hmm.
And I will roll one for him. Using the baboon stats, which means he has a -3.
Oh no. I hate to be this kind of person also, but I'm totally switching from pink dice to the black dice because the pink dice gave me a 2. That gave me an 18, so we're doing better.
Well, was the 2 for this intelligence check? Or was it for
No.
Oh, it was the concentration
the 2 was,
save.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what the 2 was for. You said intelligence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is a 22.
Okay. Unfortunately, sometimes even the best teacher fails to teach the dumbest of students. As Felix got a natural 2 for a total of -1.
Oh no. I feel like inside the dome, it's just absolute chaos.
Here's what I'll say. You do succeed in getting him to write the alphabet. You do not succeed in explaining to him in a way that he is able to grasp how the alphabet makes words.
Oh no!
So you have a moderately written alphabet from Felix, but he does not understand what he has written. But he's very excited and very happy to be doing this.
Well, at least he's happy.
I assume this goes well into the night.
Well into the night.
Okay.
Definitely tearing into Rain's beauty rest that he must upkeep.
Helly, Talzin, is there anything either of you would like to do as the moons begin to rise?
What is Towson doing?
Towson is glued to a book every now and again, like taking a break to examine his familiar and like ruffle the feathers, but apart from that he's not doing much.
Okay. If we're just waiting on Hellebore to get back, I don't see why Helly would just wait. She would kind of slide up to Towson and say, so, Tally, Arian gave you permission to teach me blood magic. That's great. You want to do that?
You can try, yeah. He'll close the book and put it down. Yeah, he'll try and teach Helly blood magic. Or at least his version of it.
Okay. So
I'm not entirely sure this works for most people, but like we can try.
So I need to consider something. Give me a second to ponder my orb. I knew this was coming, so I'd already like vaguely.
You did a little bit of pre-pondering.
But I need to properly ponder.
Prepondering can still get you pregnant. So
That's crazy.
All of fucking class.
I love how the moment that Hellebore is away, Helly's like, yes, let's do this thing that she very visibly was disapproving of.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the type to just fucking sit here and wait. Towson's right there with his tantalizing blood magic.
Tanta, give me a taste. Give it. Give. I love how this session currently is just the teacher session. Everyone's becoming a teacher.
Okay.
When the student becomes the teacher.
We're gonna do this, first of all.
Towson pulling out like his small knife. Now this is gonna hurt. It's like it grabs at his arm. This is gonna hurt a bit, but don't worry.
Okay. I have completed my pondering. Talzin,
Yo.
we're gonna start this off with an intelligence check.
For sure.
Are you doing this teaching just in the room?
Oh. We should probably also make a tiny hut. I don't know where else you would do this because I mean I guess we could go outside, but I don't know if we should.
Literally making private classrooms. Amazing.
Yeah, like I mean like where else could we go?
Can
That's
2 tiny huts fit in this?
No. Knocking on Rain's tiny hut. Hey, could you drop that? I need to make one.
I mean
Mom said it's my turn with the tiny hut.
your huts can overlap.
We can over. We do it in a way, so unfortunately, Ellie's just like trapped between 2 of them.
Actually, how obvious is the tiny hut casting?
I mean, probably pretty obvious. I mean, the way.
It's not like we're trying to be secret.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
it would be pretty obvious.
Can Rain put a stop in his thing if they're overlapping and try to stand within the radius in his tiny hut to make it to where he can be inside the
Oh my
tiny
God.
hut radius?
That's wild.
You can roll a perception check about that.
Okay. Can I because Rain knows how Talzin casts tiny hut because Talzin taught Rain?
Sure.
Yeah, I feel like it's not like Rain could just look. If Rain is paying attention at all, Towson's casting tiny
The
hut.
perception is not noticing Talzin casting the spell.
Hmm.
It's
You said I could have advantage, right?
yes, I did.
Okay, good, because I was 4. Okay, that's a little bit better. That's gonna be a 13?
You are able to judge the distance well enough that you are able to achieve this. You
So
are
this doesn't-
standing just in the radius of Talzin's hut as it goes up, while still being within your own.
So, funnily enough, this does also mean that Helly can go back and forth in between the huts.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Helly is the only one able to do this, because if Rain leaves his hut ends.
Helly, the hut master, traverser of huts.
Helly
I
the
think
hut.
what Towson is going
Ellie
to
the Hut.
try specifically is he's going to try and teach vital sacrifice.
Okay.
As like I don't think that's gonna change anything. Just like if the different just he is currently under the assumption that we've been learning that Helly doesn't have the strongest leg gate. Like how he like same with him. So he's instead of teaching magic, he's gonna do like the theory behind it and then try and teach vital sacrifice.
Okay.
Not like this is an attempt to be like by the end of this you will have this feat, just like that's kind of the like vibe I'm going for.
Gotcha.
is like less teaching magic, less teaching like actual spells and magic, and more like just theory, and then what
Fundamentals.
fundamentals, and then the actual use of like using your blood to do something. And especially since when I was first describing it in the prison, describing like how at least with Vital Sacrifice works, like how it's kind of like making a pact with yourself, with your whatever, because that's what Helly kind of latched onto immediately. Like, oh, pacts, you say?
Okay.
That's the idea behind it.
How does
Anyways, I gotta.
Talzin-
What's Helly's favorite convention?
Oh god.
PAX.
How does
hate you.
Talzin explain this to Helly? Like, give me the
Again-
explanation in character.
Fuck. I don't know how I would really explain it in character, because yeah.
So the differences here in teachers are one of them knows what they're teaching, the other one doesn't have a fucking.
The other one has to kind of like come up with it. I'm not
And
sure. how
both
to
of
come
their
up with
students
this.
are dumb as fuck.
I think Helly's the smarter one of the two, though. Just saying.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, she's got more than a -3. To kind of give you a jumping off point, blood magic, as opposed to regular magic, relies on the innate mana and arcana within the blood of living things, as opposed to within the legate itself. Now, often a legate will feed into the bloodstream, but life force itself is a form of mana. So you are essentially drawing on what keeps you living and breathing in order to cast magic, as opposed to pulling on the body's innate reserves of mana.
So Talzin he pulls out kind of his own spell book. He'll take out like the small knife he has. He'll take out not the soulbound crystal, but he'll take out the crystal he uses for normal casting, and then maybe like a dagger or two just to be safe. And then he'll start explaining. Fuck, I don't know. I have the like of how to explain it I know kind of how I would explain it. I don't know how I would have Talzin explain it though. So I'm just trying to like come up with whatever.
DMs real quick.
Yeah. We're on the same page.
Okay.
So he'll probably go on to probably explain more. Try and like what he'll probably try and do is try and guide Helly through changing like the way like how you try and focus on that pull of your legate. He'll try and more start to get Helly to more focus on the like gotta God, this is I know how to explain.
Okay.
Go on.
You said something specific there that Helly would have a question about.
Oh, go on.
So you said try to focus on that pull from the legate, as though like Talzin feels that it's just not strong. So Helly would interrupt there and say, "What pull? What are you talking about?"
Oh well, this is perfect actually, because Talzin's more explaining that like it's less about that, but this works fine. It's like, well, usually when someone is attempting to cast something with magic, you kind of feel there's like this little kind of beginning tug at your around, it was your legates around like where your heart is and such. Yeah.
Kind of center
Yeah,
of
okay.
mass.
Yeah. he'll kind of like point to Helly's chest, and he's like, "You'll feel a bit of a pull here, because that's where your legate is located. Then, through either the use of materials and different hand motions, or just other maybe forms of meditation, depending on how people do it, then kind of creates the spell you're trying to use. Blood magic is a little different, because instead of relying fully on pulling from your legate, you're pulling on the natural reserves of mana and more just magic energies from, and like life force from your blood. So it's a, again, I'm not entirely sure how to teach it, and I'm afraid, but then Telson will pick up he won't pick up the dagger, he'll pick up the small knife. He's like, it's easiest done when you're actively bleeding, at least for me.
Oh. Okay.
So
I guess I
doesn't-
really should have expected that, huh?
it doesn't have to be a lot or like a grievous wound or anything. It's just
Right. Okay.
more is better,
Neutral.
but like my situation is a lot different here. So like, this can be a lot more controlled. Whereas when I did it, I was less controlled.
She'll reach out for the dagger.
More like if she reaches, like tells him what kind of like, and it or then again with other like how people will write down magic descriptions. There's like different runes and such you can make where if it's a little easier if it's carved in a certain way. So I can try and do that. You can see.
On me?
I mean, I can't really carve it on me. Then you cast through me. That's not really how that works.
With the knife, does it have to be a knife? Can it be something like, less?
I mean, what do you want to be? Do you want me to scratch at it with like my nail or something? Like,
But I'm just worried that you'll mess up my other packs, my other runes.
Is there anywhere where there's like are less tattoos for me to worry about, or?
Ellie looks down at her skin. The runes are invisible even to her, so she's trying to remember all the packs she has.
That's great. I mean, I'm not like it's the knife itself isn't magic. I'm not
I think
tearing at the pack itself. I mean,
I don't think I have any on my palms.
Okay, we can try that.
Oh.
Towson will kind of like roll one of his sleeves and like pull out the bandages a bit to pull them back, and then he'll motion to a couple of the ones he's wanting to try and making sure to keep them at like make sure that the script isn't very long or isn't very like complicated, like a couple quick little short ones.
A couple of cantrips, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ellie will shakily put out her hand to Towson.
Yeah, and then Towson's gonna like as careful as one can when cutting someone. Kind of start.
As soon as the blade makes contact with her, like it is instinctual. She pulls her hand away,
And he immediately like lifts it up. There's like no cut made or anything. It's just like it's like a tap. Like
not so rough. Be careful.
I tap. Okay.
Towson
realizing how much of a threshold he has for pain against Ellie. You could stab Towson through like the shoulder, and he'll just kind of like, oh, that stings. Helly looks at a blade. Ow, it's sharp.
Yeah. Ellie offers her hand again, very clearly worried.
And then he'll attempt again.
She'll jump, but not pull away this time as he presses the blade until it actually pierces, and then she'll pull it back again.
Tells it just like does the same thing. Like he brings the knife back. He like puts his hands up and just like sets. And just like
It's, okay, ow! That's all right. You did it. It's look, I'm bleeding. And she'll have like the tiniest amount of black and gold blood that I will know it's not. It is much goopier than normal blood is. It is much more like what's the word? Viscous. I think.
Yeah.
Viscous.
yeah. And then he's kind of like shrugs and will put it down. And then he'll kind of hold Helly's hand. And he will try and guide Helly through just like some stuff like that he does in order to like try and focus on that point and try to bring her attention to like focusing and using or just like just to, like to try and like feel the energy like the mana within the blood as it is kind of just like
Helly.
He's trying to fill her mana or trying to get her to fill her mana?
trying to get her to feel her mana.
Okay.
Helly.
But not to feel her mana, to feel the blood's mana, which is technically still her mana, but like same thing, same
Yeah.
difference.
Go ahead and roll me your choice of Arcana, or it's gonna sound weird, but Insight.
And I don't know if this still matters, but I did roll a 28 on that intelligence check.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. I am proficient in Arcana, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why I picked that for Ellie.
I made sure Talzin wasn't.
And for that reason, I'm going to go with Insight, but I still did very good. I got a 17 on the dice, even with
Can
my
I
plus 0.
argue advantage because I'm guiding her through it?
Yeah, you would have advantage.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Just to be safe.
No, the second was a 5. So 17 Insight.
You kind of listen to Talzin's advice, focusing on the flow of your blood, how it moves through your body, and the raw energy within it. And there is a lot of raw energy in your blood.
It would be easier for Helly, that does make sense.
As you focus on it, you can almost feel it burning a little bit. So you can feel the energy within the blood. What is the next step that Talzin describes?
If we're still, Talzin is still like going off of how he uses blood to how he uses his own blood as a sacrifice to try and like to make that pact with himself. So he's gonna start kind of describing like trying to guide her through what that in itself feels like, and does warn that if it works, it's gonna fucking sting.
Great. I mean, it can't be any worse than my packs already hurt. So,
I doubt it's gonna hurt that much. It's gonna hurt any worse than that. It is gonna be noticeable, so just I'm making sure you know now, so you don't punch me if it works.
I'm not Rain, Tally. I wouldn't punch you.
He goes to describe. He's like he goes to say something and then like just kind of like stutters a bit. It's like, okay, do you ever have to give like up anything while you are forming a pact? Is that a thing you've ever had to do? Because it's pretty much the exact same thing.
I mean,
You are
well, my mother makes all my packs, so I mean, it hurts. It always hurts, but I don't think any of my packs specify I give anything.
okay. Well, I'm. It's the best way I can describe it is like you're trying to give. It's kind of like you're feeding Lay itself almost. You're trying to give yourself to the natural flow of things. You're trying to sacrifice a sliver of the mana within your blood to the actual full flow of Lay itself. Is the best way I can think to describe it.
Okay. I'll focus
Just-
on my tiny specks of blood that are coming from my hand, and I'll try to do what he says. Like, focus on trying to give it up.
You focus the energy. Focus on the blood. Focus on that sacrifice. That pact. You can do this. You have to do this because then you could actually do something on your own. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh boy.
I want to be able to help so bad, but I can't. Like, please work.
I'm also proficient in wisdom saves. That's a 6. With that in mind.
You focus all of your mental energy into this. You remember the pain of every pact you've made. You remember the sacrifices made by those who were signed into your service, who are emboldened across your body, and you focus on this blood, and it won't do what you say. You can feel the energy burning within you, but it won't listen to you.
Ellie's face shifts from focus to frustration before she finally like slams her hand down and says, it won't work. I'm trying it. It doesn't work.
I'm not, and it's gonna take like practice. I was trying to do magic without it for a couple months, but being able to feel it is.
I can feel it. It's there, and it won't do it.
That's just gonna take practice. You're just gonna have to try and a couple things. We can do this more. I don't think anyone expects to ever get this stuff down first try. It took me like a couple months to even to do anything. It takes a while. I think and I wasn't feeling anything to begin with. The fact that you can already feel the magic within it, itself, that took me at least a month and a half to figure out. That's incredible progress. It's gonna take a bit. No one gets it first try, but you can feel it. Here, come on, let's try this again. And then Talzin is just gonna try to keep encouraging her to come on, let's go, you can do this, you got this. Being like a little hype man, just in the back of her head.
Talzin, can you roll a persuasion check?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with my -1 charisma, that's a 1. No!
Ellie. Ellie probably gives it one more go, and then when that happens, that a similar way, I assume she just goes, "This is stupid. I'm done. I'm done with this. This is dumb. I'm gonna bleed out trying to do this."
You're barely bleeding to begin with.
Mm. And then she'll storm off to the bed.
Dazzle just gonna like sit there. It's like, well, I tried, and then a couple moments go by, then the tiny hut comes down, and he kind of starts bleeding. He wipes the little speck of Helly's blood off the knife and puts everything away.
You I don't know where I was going with that.
You.
You Hellebore, are you coming back to find the party as sunfall hits, or are you just gonna stay out with Fenrir?
I mean, I honestly imagine she is gonna stay out with Fenrir. She wants to go moon watching with her. I feel like she already would have. I guess I didn't. I can't remember if I mentioned it last session. I think I did, but she mentioned that to Fenrir at least that we're probably gonna be leaving like tomorrow, so she wants to spend the rest of the day with her.
Okay. You see the sun beginning to set in the distance. The last rays of dawn fading. Do you try and find somewhere higher up?
She is going to, as it becomes sundown and it gets closer to that time, she is going to try to find somewhere high up and as remote as she can find on this island. She wants Fenrir to be she wants to be able to potentially at least try to stop her if something goes awry during this.
Okay. You manage to find a place, a tall building that seems unoccupied. Perhaps there aren't enough residents on the island, or perhaps it was abandoned for some reason. But you climb to the top of the building, out onto the roof, where you can kind of see the whole island from here. The white stone sprawling beneath you, floating on the ocean, and the reflection of the rising moons clearly visible in the water. As Fenrir takes a seat, sitting on the roof, her gaze affixed on the rising moons, she hums softly. That same melody from earlier.
Hellebore kind of, she just sits in silence for a while. She definitely is trying to keep an eye on Fenrir, kind of looking over every now and then. Fenrir, do you know where you know that song from? It sounds really familiar.
As you go to speak up, you realize you have to stop yourself humming along with her.
Oh, amazing.
You ask your question and she looks at you. The moons sing it to me. Don't they sing it to you too?
I've never heard it, no. Has it always been like that for you?
For as long as I've been like this.
Mm. Are they saying anything in particular to you right now? You said that they're easier to understand at well when you can see them, right?
She kind of tilts her head but smiles and nods and begins to sing. Except you recognize these words. Not from a song that you've heard, though again the melody is familiar. You recognize them from the teachings of your father as she sings in Ancient Celestial. A somber song of loss, a song of twins, a song of mourning, mourning what could have been, but never was.
Oh damn. Um, if it is at all possible, Helipor is going to try to follow along with this, and she's going to open up her notebook to a page and try to um, write down the lyrics of the song.
Okay. You write down what you can. Some of the words you don't recognize. Some of them you're able to take an educated guess at based on what you have learned of the language. And you notice something as you write down the lyrics and pay attention to what she sings. The song does loop about every 2.5 minutes, giving you ample opportunity to write everything down if you don't stop Fenrir from singing.
She wouldn't stop her.
There are god names in the song. Though the names in the song they strike you as odd. Odd choices. Not necessarily odd choices for a somber song, but odd for the way they're used. The song prays for Falertus to have mercy on the fallen. Falertus, the goddess of peaceful death. The song prays for the singer from Doom, prays to Hexrasil to bring order and stability. The song curses Malcertus, not for being an evil god, but for obscuring the lost in shadows. And the song prays for Relapai to escort the dead safely.
Shit. Okay. Yeah. Helibor will let that loop a few times, just to make sure that she got everything, word by word as best as she possibly can on there. Before she will wait for, not wanting to interrupt her, wait until she is, done and probably starts another loop, and she's going to speak up to her in Ancient Celestial and just say, Fenrir, can you understand this?
She kind of tilts her head at you, and in common says, "What was that?"
Just in case, she'll say it again. Can you understand this?
She blinks. I don't know what you're saying.
She'll switch to common. That's the same. Does it feel like when you're singing that it's in another language, or does it just sound normal to you?
I mean, the words aren't words, but they mean things. The moons are sad. They're sad because they want things to be perfect, but they're not.
Okay, I know that you mentioned that they want things to be perfect by making sure that imperfect people aren't here, but how, can they elaborate on that maybe? Did you have any insight on what that means? What do they want to change?
Hmm. They don't want anyone to get hurt anymore. Anyone who doesn't deserve it.
Who do they think deserves it?
I don't know. But I think she kind of stops. Her ears twitch as if she's listening to something you can't hear. And then she smiles and says, "Well, they say you're perfect."
Helibor is like in between like a worried expression and like a smile, like yippee, I got called perfect. Oh no, this may not be like there's a confliction. She mostly tries to stay positive. Hmm. Well, that. Uh, thank you. That's good. Do they think that people other than us are perfect, or just us?
Some people, but they don't like most of the people on this island.
Hmm. Do they say why?
They're just not perfect. Not yet.
Is the perfection what we have? The turning or something else?
Well, I know when I turn, it's because the moon's song is the quietest. Because the moons aren't there. But then after, they tell me that I'm perfect and that I hurt people that needed to be hurt, people who weren't perfect. So, maybe?
Do you remember the people at all that you killed?
Kinda
Like
tilts
what
her head
type of people they were?
back and forth. Not really. I know, I usually found them in the forest. But sometimes I didn't. Usually they'd fight back, but sometimes they wouldn't.
I see. Um, maybe they were just bad people? Maybe? Hopefully? I mean, at least one that you got was, the terrible person who, like hates everyone ever or whatever, most people at least, or, well, that guy. And I mean, he totally deserved it, so, maybe, yeah,
Maybe,
yeah, maybe there's nothing to worry about.
maybe they were all like him.
Helibor's trying to convince herself so hard right now. She needs this peace of mind. She just kind of nods. Yeah. Honestly, it was probably it was probably not even that bad. Um, yeah.
She smiles, and we're going to go ahead and call break there. I know it's a weird place to call break, and we will come back to the Hellebore Fenrir conversation when we're back, but I need to run out real quick, so we're going to call it a 20-minute break. 10 past the hour, we'll be back.
Whoa.
And yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, I'm gonna go get my food.
Thank you.
whole lot.
Wow, I feel like the silence is uncomfortable.
What?
I made it just in time for the end of break. Is anyone else back?
Die.
Tori, Tabby, Ayla.
You were raised in a basement by a goddess.
Yeah.
I had something of the utmost urgency I had to do. Sorry, that's why I stayed muted for so long.
Anyways, I know what kind of dragon I'm playing for this campaign now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, before
I already told Tabby, but like I'm aware now. I'm so
Hell yeah.
invested.
before we get back into session, is Tori back?
No.
She's on her way if she isn't.
I killed her.
I'll wait for Tori. I have a story I need to tell real quick.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Whenever Tori is back.
Back.
Welcome back. Okay. Before we get back into session, I have a quick story to tell. So,
I'm not into that.
too bad. Fuck you. So I got a text from my dad about half an hour ago. A little bit more than that. Asking if I could drive him to the brewery for a date with my mother.
Aww.
And I told him yes. After I checked Google Maps and it said it was a 7-minute drive. I figured whenever he texted me that he was ready to go, I would call break and I'd make it a 20-minute break to give myself time to grab something when I get home. I hit all 3 lights on the way home.
Oof.
Incredible.
And pulled into the driveway at 7:07.
Oof.
Okay, I'm gonna
I
stop you
had-
real quick then.
Just enough time.
Go get something to drink and go get a snack real quick.
I had just enough time to get both a snack and a drink.
Okay, good. As long as you're taking care of yourself as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna...
With
You
that
know,
said,
Fuck out
drink
of here,
gasoline.
No, that's me.
with that being said, Hellebore, you sit on the roof with Fenrir as she has, for now, stopped singing because you continued conversation with her, asking about what makes something perfect in the moon's eyes.
Indeed. Seeing as how Nura doesn't really know what's going on either here, Hellebore is gonna take the risk. The curiosity, as the saying says, the one that killed the cat, takes over, and she is going to try. She's just going to stare up at the moons and try to listen, try as hard as she can to pick up on anything that might be aimed down.
Roll a... This is gonna sound weird, and I promise it's not anything bad, but roll a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. 26.
You focus on the moons. And you do hear something, but it's not the song. Not right away, at least. As a familiar voice pushes itself into your mind. Do you want to hear the song?
She definitely, like, jolts a little bit. Eh, uh, well, not if it's gonna cause me to do anything, like, weird. But I was a little curious. She's saying this internally, by the way.
Mm-hmm. It won't. You may feel yourself compelled to sing along with it, but if it tries to force you to do something, I will step in, as I have before.
Wait, are you currently keeping me from hearing it?
The song that she hears. You would be a far more dangerous beast if you transformed while you could hear it.
Okay, so do you know what's going on with what is it?
I have my suspicions.
Do share, do share.
No. You'll find out in due time.
Oh my gosh! If I hear due time one more time, I'm going to like do something. I don't know. Something.
Do you want to hear the song or not?
I trust that you can do something if it gets bad. So yeah, yeah.
You feel the presence fade, further back than you've ever felt it fade. And pushing into your mind is another presence, another sensation. I don't remember, have you ever had sending cast on you?
Yes, the vampire guy.
Right, the sending
Oh, that was
stones.
through the sending. Yeah, the sending
But
stone.
it is still the sending
The
spell
sending
targeted
stone just
on
makes
you.
it cast sending, yeah.
The presence you feel almost feels like a sending spell, but it gives you no opportunity to respond. You hear voices. You're not sure how many. They overlap and meld into a single harmony, a single melody. Roll a perception check.
Come on, help her, you got this. Okay. Okay, 23.
You recognize one of the voices in the harmony. So faint you almost don't notice it, but you do hear Fenrir singing along with it. But you don't see her singing. The energy coming to you feels gentle, calming, as if you could lose yourself to it. As if you would willingly lose yourself to it. Though the song persists, you understand additional meaning behind the words. Not just the mourning and the loss, but how it could be fixed. The intention of the voice. And almost out of instinct, you are brought back to standing with your mother. The intention is clear. A perfect world would be one where your family didn't die. Where your family can live with you forever. This sentiment of love filling your mind. This perfection. All you need to do is cleanse the rot. Eliminate those that would get in your way or make them perfect. She's perfect. Fenrir is. And you smile looking at her. You and her are one and the same. Part of the same harmony. What do you do?
Oh damn. That's a good question. I think I don't really know if it works like this, but like she's going to at least try to direct her mind to inquire about the perfect definition. What makes Fenrir perfect?
You try and push. Roll a wisdom saving throw.
"22."
It is that she can hear the harmony that makes her perfect. That she knows the harmony. She is the harmony. The unity that comes from the song is perfection. A world where no one dies, no one argues, no one fights, because they all hum the same tune. And you feel yourself drawn to that perfection, to that idea. What if your friends didn't fight anymore? What if no one died anymore? You could get rid of anything imperfect, like Morlina or Damon or Lucifer or anyone else that has wronged you, and you could live happily ever after. If only your friends hummed the same tune.
Okay. I feel like there's definitely a large part of her that she can't deny is entranced by that thought. But I do feel like there is a part of her that kind of steels itself. especially at the no one ever dies part, because that is a big thing that she is a big thing to her. And she tries to kind of move back away from the presence.
As you begin to pull yourself away, you feel kind of that enveloping presence of Zeus kind of wrap around you, and the song muffles to silence.
Oh man. Um. Okay. She just looks at Finrare, probably stares for like an uncomfortable amount of time. With a look of more understanding and above all else, pity, even more than she's felt for the captivity, for the time alone. Pity that this is the only real presence that she's been able to have for so many years. And she will... I imagine it's already been quite a amount of time, but she'll maybe sit there a while longer with her thoughts, and then kind of move to stand up. Okay, Finrare.
Hmm?
I probably need to get back to my friends at some point tonight. They might be worried if I'm out too late.
Okay.
Um, I heard them, the moons.
She smiles.
They're beautiful and, relaxing and nice. But she visibly kind of searches for words. I will try to show you more things when this is all hopefully over and you've had time to recover and we can travel together and see things. There are things I want to speak to you about more, but rarely when things sound that perfect do they turn out to be so.
She kind of
A
tilts
world
her head
of
at you.
perfection has to have things lost in order to obtain that. Part of life and its balance is that there is suffering. That is how people grow. As painful as it is sometimes. Just maybe try to make sure that you think for yourself, Finrir. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You are more than just a part of a perfect world. You're an individual. Okay?
Okay.
Halipor kind of gives an awkward smile. Now that I'm done giving my sagely advice, how about I walk you back to your house and stuff? And
Okay.
we need to leave tomorrow probably, so this will be our last night for a while. But it's not goodbye. I'll be back. I promise.
Okay. I'll see you when you come back then. And the nice lady is gonna take care of me, right?
Oh, yes, Rindal is very nice. You can trust her. She only wants what's best for you, just like me.
Okay. I trust you.
Caliper's eyes genuinely kind of tear up at that, and she smiles. Thank you, Finrir. I trust you as well.
She smiles, her eyes shining.
All right. Helibor will lead her back to her house, and she will kind of once they're there, nah, she won't she won't ask for a hug unless it's offered. All right, she has a little bit of PTSD. She's not too dumb, but she'll wave her goodbye and head back to the party.
You make it to the room and see Rain's tiny hut in the middle of the room.
All right, there's
Convenient tonight.
everything is as normal as it should be. She will I guess shimmy around that and is it obscuring the bed like what he did last time?
No.
Okay. She will go in there and locate Helly and immediately kind of breathes like a sigh of relief, and will immediately smile and go over and take all of her pent up I want to like touch people out on Helly and hug her tight.
Hyacinth glances up from the book in his hands as you enter and kind of gives you a smile. Helivor, how was your night with Fenrir?
Yeah, it was a night. It was a night with Fenrir. It was good. It was good. Don't worry.
Hang on. I'm gonna roll insight real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Hyacinth just smiles and says, "That's good. I'm glad."
Yeah.
Did Rindal agree to take care of her?
She did. Which is really, really good. I did like warn her about everything. So Randall did say that she discovered something, which is I'm not saying that I doubt her, but it is weird. I gave her a blood sample last time I was there, so she could work on the lycanthropy stuff and try to find out a solution for it. And apparently, I don't have lycanthropy, according to her.
What?
Huh?
Interesting.
I don't know. I don't get it. She didn't have an answer on what else it could be, but I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. I mean, I'm not like any other, well, Lycan or Lycan adjacent I've ever met other than Finrir, so I knew there was something different, but
Could be a variant of
Yeah.
could be a variant of the curse that hasn't been studied at all, considering Fenrir's been locked down forever.
I mean, honestly, you turn on new moons, so we should have really expected it wouldn't be lycanthropy. It's clearly something cooler.
Displaceothropy.
What an interesting name. You should coin that.
As that said, you can see a little bit of the tension ease off, and she does give a giggle.
Did she test you for displaceothropy?
If not,
Well,
we'll
I
have to get right on that.
It's such a novel idea that I don't think anyone's made anything for that yet. But I'll send that in as a suggestion.
We'll have to get right on that then.
If no one has named it yet, it could be named after you.
Helithropy.
Helithropy.
She blushes, but she doesn't turn the idea down.
So you're not a lycanthrope, you're a helithrope.
That's one hell of a curse. I make myself laugh.
The idea of Towson just.
I'm gonna keep the fact that he absolutely did do that, but he pulled the book up a bit more to try and hide it.
Well, that's great. So we don't need to be here anymore, right? We've got other places to go. We got the vampire things pretty soon, right?
I meant to ask you that, about that. You said before that, Dee Dee can teleport, right? Could she just teleport us to the forest?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I could see.
Is there anything else anyone would need to get done on the island before we leave?
I mean, yeah, but I can always come back.
Did you say bye to Finny?
Yeah, we sat and moonwatched for a while, and actually, but before I forget,
she's gonna she's gonna get up and walk until she hits where the tiny hut is, and then she's just gonna knock on it a little bit.
Rain.
I can go in there and get him if you want me to.
there a rain response?
Sorry, I was okay. That would definitely get Rain's attention, and I feel like Rain would kind of wait to see what Helibor's response to Heli would be first before choosing to step out or not.
I'm going to cast knock on the on tiny huts and bring it down.
No magic.
She'll at least give it a few more seconds and like try one more like before giving like the go-to for Heli.
I imagine before even the second one is really needed, if there's no like immediate response, Rain would kind of pop his head out. Oh yes.
She was going to ask Heli to go in there. Like Rain would have been like, "Nah, fuck you guys."
Okay, so I want to point out, Rain is just poking his head out. Okay.
Amazing, floating rain head.
Red.
Sorry, I was a bit busy. What's going on?
It should only take a moment if you want to get back to doing whatever you're doing in there. I just wanted to
give me just a moment.
go over something.
Rain's going to pop back in, and he's going to dispel Felix for now and step back out.
Okay.
Noticeably, Rain does not look good.
He's been yelling at Felix for the past like hour and a half about spelling mistakes.
No, I mean that like he is visibly hurt.
Oh.
Yeah, bleeding pretty bad from one wound.
The front of his clothes are kind of like ripped up.
What happened?
It's probably best we don't get into it.
I think it's probably best if we do get into it.
Yeah, Helibur is freaking out when she sees that. Okay, she especially is now because she's already on like high alert for any like potential necromancy that Rain would get into.
Oh my
She just
God.
sees him, her, and is like, Serena, and they're doing shit to you.
Oh my God.
God damn it.
She does like immediately start like looking you over.
What happened?
Just some experimental magic gone wrong.
Back of Helper's mind. Necromancy.
Exactly.
All right. We are gonna just because there's no way that she wouldn't do it, even though we're about to like long rest. She's gonna do a 3rd level cure wounds and just start licking you real quick.
Damn.
Helibor, that tickles.
Oh, I almost just. Oh, that would have been awful to say out loud.
Oh no!
Oh.
I
20
almost.
points of healing.
I'm gonna beat you, Tate.
Oh, thank you, Tate, for having a filter today. Oh boy.
Yeah, thank you.
20 points of healing.
MVP Tate's filter.
What?
MVP Tate's filter.
For real.
The savior of all.
keeping this channel from getting canceled. Let's go.
Alright, after she has thoroughly licked away the magical mistakes going on here, so she just licks him out of existence.
That's
Hey.
what I was.
I'm sorry. Alright. She is going to kind of turn around like head on a swivel, and kind of motion for everyone. Group huddle.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Tells him puts the book down. It shuffles in.
Hallie makes sure that she's beside Helibor.
Rain will make sure she's on the other side of Helibor.
Talzin waits for this scuffle to end before getting.
She is going to open her book, definitely not flip through because there's some sensitive shit in here. Going to pretty much go straight to the page where she wrote down everything. I imagine what this looks like is there's like 2 rows of text, There's one in common, and then she basically went and like translated it as best she could into Ancient Celestial below that. So there's like 2 lines of the lyrics that are on there, and she's just going to kind of hold that out. Does anyone recognize this song?
Well,
Well,
Helly,
Yes.
roll a history check.
ooh.
I'll just be over here, I guess.
History. 5.
None of you recognize it. Not by the lyrics.
Yeah.
No.
Never seen it.
Her ears kind of droop down, and she gives a little bit of a. Well, actually, it's at first like just a disappointed, like, oh, they don't know what they're talking about. Then kind of going into like a little bit of relief. Okay, that's probably for the best. That's the thing that Finir hears. From the moons. I might have listened and heard it too.
But
You
It's-
heard the moon?
yeah, Helly leans in closer, which does nothing because she doesn't lower her voice. This is, aren't the moons dead? They shouldn't be able to talk.
Yeah, I don't know. It
Not
mean-
to mention, why would the moons pray to the other gods?
yeah.
Who are also dead.
Maybe they're angels? Like
thought
leftover
about
angels?
that.
It
Maybe.
could be.
Even still, I don't know why angels would pray to gods that aren't their own.
And that they know aren't there.
This line here, they ask Hexersil for order. Why not? Ordon is one of the moons anyway.
Can you post the lyrics since we
Yeah.
have them? We're looking at them.
I don't have all the lyrics. I might,
Oh!
I might write the lyrics later. But the important parts were,
It was Flirtus for mercy.
a pray to Falertus to have mercy on the fallen. A pray to Hexersil for order and for answers. A pray to Relapai to escort the dead safely. It was
And also just to confirm, Relapai. He okay.
Relapai was
He didn't-
he was never an
Yeah,
escort.
he was
of the
never
dead.
an escort.
Mhm.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure I had that right.
Yeah.
Then Hallie will speak up and say, well, they also don't know what the gods do.
Asking the goddess of peace for mercy? The god of knowledge for order? The god of endings to escort the dead? It doesn't make sense.
It could.
Yeah. There's much better people to ask. They clearly don't care about the heretic gods because they asked for Relapai.
There's a reason. There's definitely a reason as to why these gods are asked to do these exact things.
Alright, then tell us.
I don't know for sure. I mean, as is, I don't know much about these gods in general, but the song wouldn't have them in these translations unless the translations were somehow wrong, but I doubt it. This could be some sort of, perhaps, it could be something that's already happened or something that's supposed to happen. Or was supposed to happen.
Or it could be someone who just doesn't know what they do. I mean, I could see they think Velapai is like he has to do with death, so maybe he escorts things, and like so does Philurtis. So praying to a death god for mercy makes sense if you don't know anything. Also, praying to a god of knowledge for answers makes sense if you don't know anything. These could be complete novices who made this song.
It could be. You know, you're right. It could be complete novices that made this song.
I don't really think so. Like, whatever was. Whatever it is, it didn't sound like just confused people. Like, it sounded like. It sounded like some sort of higher
Chance?
power-ish
Oh.
thing.
I mean,
It was a lot, like, overwhelming hearing it. Whatever it is, or whatever group it is, they want. I don't think it's anything good. It showed me visions of like a perfect world, but the perfect world isn't a place that seems good but isn't once you start to think about it. Like there's no suffering or no death or no bad things, but the world has bad things. It was just weird.
Then again, maybe they're dumb. Maybe they think this world would be perfect if they were in charge, but it wouldn't be because they're dumb and they don't even know the gods right.
hmm.
I mean, dumb people can be strong.
That's
Yeah,
true.
just look at
but...
Heli. I'm kidding.
Hey, Helly's not strong.
Let me. She's just trying to build that ego. Yeah, look at Rain.
That's flip it,
Well,
honestly.
the only thing, whatever is singing this song managed to convince Fenrir that it is the moons.
Fenrir's not exactly the most stable person. And she said that she had been alone for a long time. If someone who was alone for a long time just suddenly started hearing voices that told her she's perfect, she's probably just going to listen to whatever they say.
That's true.
I suppose.
What if? No.
You heard her sing or heard this song, Ellie?
Mhm.
Did you want to kill anyone?
Well, I mean, sort of ish. I mean, it just felt like, you know, if they didn't exist, then my life would be easier. But, I mean, I kind of already feel like that. It was just like a more, idealistic version, maybe? It felt off, but not totally bad. I
So
don't know.
then whoever's singing the song might be strong and compelling, but Helly's too smart for her, for the moons, and Fenrir's too vulnerable to ignore them.
It could also. It could have, in a sense, been the moons, or.
I mean, I guess that would make sense why they would pray to. If Ordon didn't think he had it, he would have to pray to someone else. But, I mean, Luna and Chaos have nothing to do with death. I don't know why they would be praying for that.
It could be like an echo, or, well,
A
I mean-
vision long past.
A Song of Twins, like Ordon and Teox, mourning because they died.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were trying. Maybe the translation's off. Maybe they were trying to pray for a peaceful death. That's what it means by mercy.
Could be.
It could be.
But that doesn't explain the Lapai. They would have been praying to
Aurelius.
It's
Aurelius.
we don't know exactly how things were on their end when everything happened. It's possible this is last moments or something.
Halibor, do you know how to write Aurelius's name in this language?
I feel like that's definitely something. Yeah, I mean, Todd went through and showed her how, like, especially like all the gods' names, so she'll nod
All
and
the-
then
Yeah,
she'll
the gods
write
and
it
all
to
the
the
heroes.
side.
I think were the first things he taught her.
Yeah. It is notable that Aurelius's name does begin the same as Relapai's in Ancient Celestial. It starts with the same symbol that kind of is used for pretty much all death-related gods. But it looks very different when put all together. I don't think that's a mistranslation then. That looks too different.
Maybe wait, hold on. I have to think about how much Helly knows, because I just pieced something together. But have you guys explained that the gods died in a war? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It was
I mean, that was part of what Edie said. was
yeah,
that-
Dee Dee talked about
Oh,
the
yes.
War of Heroes being what killed the gods.
Okay.
Oh,
then
I wasn't here for
Helly,
this. Never mind. I don't know why I'm
Helly-
answering.
Helly will say, what if well, if this was a prayer when they died, what if Aurelius had already died by the time they prayed this? And what if Relapai was the only one to do that?
Could be.
Last moments.
Maybe. If we had
But why would-
Todd here, he might know.
Why would
You mind calling up your dad real quick? We gotta.
Yeah, let's just cast sending real quick.
I'm casting sending to Todd and asking him. Hey, yo, what the fuck this song about, Pops?
He's over here like, don't you fucking dare. Leave him
It's
out of
only-
it.
It's only a
if you
5%
guys-
chance it misses.
If you guys cast sending to Todd, he hasn't reformed yet. Fuck you.
What?
Halibor gives the look of like, you know, when you're definitely thinking something and like someone like actually says it, but you're just like, why did you fucking say it?
What do you mean?
And kind of gives a definitely sad look.
Yeah, I will probably maybe encounter someone else who knows things, maybe.
I feel like we
Maybe-
got it pretty solved. This is angels or some like echo of these prayers that the moon said when they died. Mystery solved. Why are we still on this?
It would still be nice to get confirmation from someone who was around back then.
Okay, and I summon Dee Dee.
Fuck yeah.
Helly, hi.
Halibor immediately brightens up and begins the pets. Just as an FYI.
I want to know, because I described it before, but I think Towson would be particularly like looking at it this time that how much summoning hurts Helly. Like it is
Yeah.
not an enjoyable process for her.
Husband keeps note of
That's
this if
good.
they ever decide to to do more. Though,
especially
unlikely.
something as high as Dee Dee. It's the highest she can summon right now.
Mhm.
So Helly will take a moment to recover from that pain, and then say, "Edie, the gods, the dead, right? What?
Yeah.
When did Aurelius die before Velapi?
Um, yeah, there was about a week between them dying.
Did anyone die in that week?
A lot of people. Relapai kind
Any
of.
any gods?
I don't remember.
What were you saying, Velapi?
Relapai helped to escort the dead between Aurelius and him dying.
Helly looks smugly at Hyacinth.
I wasn't saying you were wrong, just that it would be nice to get confirmation, which we now have. And then when Relapai died, Aurelius's only son took over. And
And what about
he's still doing it, though he's going by a different name now. Kira?
means nothing to Helly. Might mean something to you guys.
Well, yeah. I mean, Hellebore already knows. She just nods.
What about Philurtis? Did they do anything else during the war?
Father Tuss, mostly looked after her domain. Her Pax Salmors, the realm of the peaceful dead. She herself fell when she entered the battlefield of her own will to avenge her son.
In the week in between them dying, is that when Luna, Ordon, and Chaos died?
No, Ordon and Chaos died right at the end of the war. They outlived all the creator gods and all the shadow gods. Well, not all the creator gods. Soul survived.
What about
a little longer than
what?
they did.
Oh, okay. What about Luna? When did...
I think Relapai died a few days before she did.
So, if Relapai died before her, then they wouldn't call on him during Song of Her mourning.
The gods don't have souls to be escorted.
So this was a mourning of a mortal.
More mortals.
She finally takes a look at Hellebore's notes, kind of tilts her head, and then kind of points to the points where it mentions the dead. That's dead plural. As in many. Not just one or two.
But, Okay. I guess because they were all fighting the gods, it makes sense that Chaos and Ordon would still, be on the same side as Velapi, as weird as that is to consider now.
Where did you find this song?
Helipper is kind of zoned out, more and more as like this is hammered in repeatedly, looking more and more depressed, and then
Eyes like separate, cross-eyed, drooling a bit.
oh, an ear flicks and she snaps to slightly. Thinks a bit, and then asks a question of her own.
Okay, first of all, Dee Dee, I wanted to apologize real quick because I was not very, amicable whenever we first, encountered each other. I was a little emotional. So I'm sorry for yelling.
It's okay.
Secondly, I did... Apparently, I have a friend who... I and a friend thought we heard this from the moons. You still have you're in the heavens, right? Do you know if any of like Luna's or Ordon's or Chaos's angels do they normally like sing to people? Is that a thing? Is that something they do?
Luna's angels sometimes sing, but not so where mortals would be able to hear them down here. And Ordon's angels are the law keepers of the heavens. They don't do singing. And Chaos's angel, I mean, he's a handful, but I don't think he's a singer.
I'm so sorry, I stepped away for a moment. Did you say Chaos's angel?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Ray would noticeably perk up a bit.
Very nice. I noticed you perked up. What's that about?
The question
Yo,
is,
what?
is Hella more locked in?
Hey, yo, why the fuck you suddenly lock in over there?
That doesn't really get her like she's already basically been like, yeah, they sought out Rain because he's chaotic. Like she's like case closed on that one. She tilts her head a little bit.
Do any of them have like very solid ideals? Maybe centered on perfection, maybe killing people who aren't perfect? Something like that?
No. I mean, the angels of order and chaos understand better than anyone the need for balance.
But I mean, of all the gods, I mean, Certus made a whole place to send not perfect people, so there's some precedence.
Yeah, but even then, the hells exist as a balance. Without them, there'd be too many souls in the heavens, or in the material plane, or elsewhere.
Can't have that. Can't have too many people being happy, you know what I mean? That's out of character.
Yeah, I know Helly would never say something like that. That's only a Tabby thing.
No, Ellie fully believes that there's such a thing as too much happiness.
I feel like I've heard these lyrics before.
Wait!
Where?
I don't know. It was chaos. The day the sun fell. When Sol smote the land and created what you now call Asunia and sunk the Ocean's Isle, I think I heard this song calling up to the heavens. I
Calling up.
don't know where from.
So this was a mortal song then. What if the twins aren't Chaos and Ordon? What if it's some other twins? Like, I don't know. What if, I mean,
Lolth and Ariadne?
huh?
Lolth and Ariadne. They're a pair of famous twins. They
Do I
were
know
both around during that time.
what they do?
Well, they betrayed their father, and he turned them into the first spider and the first strider.
Hmm.
Though
Who was their father?
Gertrude, the god of familial love. But a lot of people misunderstand. They get the two swapped. They worship Lolth as a Drider goddess, but Lolth was the spider. Ariadne was the Drider.
I really don't know. It's honestly,
Pelber's getting like a little more, not even just like a little frustrated, but more like just overwhelmed with all of this. And just kind of gives an exasperated look up at herself.
we probably have it figured out, whenever we want to say something or do something. But yeah, in due time. Yeah. I'm gonna go to sleep.
And she gets up and goes over to the bed.
Okay. I thought we were gonna, okay.
She'll turn to Helly, like as she sees up.
What did you want to do?
I thought we were teleporting, but okay, we can do that in the morning, I guess.
Oh, you want to do it now?
I looked to the others. Didn't we have nothing else to do? I mean, I'd like to go say bye to some people, but it's probably easier to say bye to them at night.
Helipor like runs over with so much joy at getting off of this island and getting to see fucking trees again. Like her eyes like sparkle.
Tonight. We should do it tonight.
We're leaving tonight.
Sure, I guess.
All right. Well then. Didi, you can come with us. Actually, that might be helpful. But Ellie, do you want to come with me to say bye to a couple of people? Ellie will try to gesture with her eyes to say yes.
Helipor will just basically like a dog following a trick will just nod.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, if we're leaving tonight, I should also say goodbye to a few people.
Yeah, you go do that.
I
We'll
want
meet
to go.
back up here.
I'll just be here then.
Oh gosh. Okay, hold on. So really quick, let me check the name of. Isn't it Kiana? Let me.
Oh, no.
Let me double check.
Oh no, you want to go to
No!
Oh lord.
Oh no. Ayla, I love you. Just
What?
It's so good. It's perfect. Go on.
I just want to. It's Kiana's the Fuck. APS.
Yeah, Kiana's
person.
one of the two.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Then
Take
yeah,
a
that,
seat.
yeah. Rain does want to go say goodbye to. Rain's tracking down Kiana.
Okay. Well
Yeah,
then,
because
You
fuck
don't even
sending.
have any.
Hellebore.
Like,
Oh, go
the
on.
last time that Rain has spoken with Kiana was whenever we were first on the island, whenever, like, he completely, like, shut him down. Like,
Yep.
Rain seeking out Kiana. Oh my god.
Oh
Okay,
wow.
well-
This is gonna be something.
But Rain says out loud that he's going to go see Kiana.
Yes.
Okay. Helly's like, oh. Okay. Well, luckily we, did separate ways, and I'm gonna try to lead Hellebore to go talk to Ivor first, then, and hope that Rain's done with Kiana by the time we get there.
So here's the funny thing. Rain knows that you guys are probably going to try to speak to the demon. Wait, not a demon.
Yeah.
Was it
Demon.
a demon?
It is
Yeah.
a demon. Yes.
Helly
Alice
is
a
a
demon.
devil mix.
Helly is a
Sorry,
devil.
yeah. It is a demon. Okay, my bad. And Rain also kind of wants to rub it in, like, not rudely, but like just rub it into the fact that Key got stolen.
You're gonna go to Kiana and rub that? Okay.
Go to Kiana. Hey, so I stole your shit and you didn't even fucking realize, you idiot.
Oh no! In a
Rain-
sense, Rain is snitching.
Yeah, Rain. I'm gonna try to not cause any trouble with Helly. Rain's actual next step.
Trouble with Helly.
You're gonna snitch on us.
I mean, we were already told we were basically pardoned for any
Yeah.
thieving that we've done to get the keys.
Yeah, but
It's
Yeah.
still probably not a good idea, but, you know.
you'll need to talk to Alice about things unrelated. That would be easier if Kiana wasn't awake. But let's go. I don't think.
I was
I
thinking,
don't-
Rain could pass for a distraction, but all right.
I mean, I can't summon V. I have used both my spell slots. I would have to
Oh
take a rest.
no!
That's what I'm saying, DT. Just come with us, because I don't have the spell slots to resummon her later. We're on a 3-hour time limit for these conversations. Anyway, we go to Ivor. Go on,
Talzin
Alex.
is just gonna sending Ariane again, saying, "Hey, we're leaving tonight. We're teleporting. Hope you don't mind."
Ariane gets back to you and just says, understood. I'll come find you when I'm ready.
Hell yeah.
Well, okay. Before we do anything else, first of all, Didi, can you teleport us out here if we ask you?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Hellebore, and Didi, and Philly is also there. You make your way, to Ivor's room.
Okay, I want to note real quick that Helly didn't tell her where they were going before she just blindly
Nope.
started.
Mhm.
So, like, as we're going in that direction, she is gonna kind of be like,
Helly, where are we going?
We're gonna go talk to Ivor.
what? Why? Why?
Well, I want to check in on him. Maybe he solved the thing with the book. And I mean, if he didn't, I just want to remind him I'm here and, like, that, like, he should get to work and not dilly-dally.
You immediately see, you see the shake set in. She is. God damn it. Hellebor's extra. She is PTSD. Not like drawn, but like she's gonna like just hold it. Like she's gonna reach back and get her scythe and just hold it at the fucking ready.
Well, no. This just clicked for me. I don't think Helly would think about this, but Talon, you need to keep this in mind. That a key trait of Hollyphants is that they cannot abide to see evil. Like they have to try to correct it if they see it.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
With that in mind, we go see Ivor.
I feel like Helly might know that that'd go bad.
I mean, Helly's never brought Dee Dee around people that can genuinely hurt her. Like, Helly's never brought Dee Dee in a situation like this. Like, all the evil people that she's seen Dee Dee interact with are already being punished.
Yeah, Hellebore will, just follow you absolutely fucking terrified. Like, she's like the person in the horror movie who's, like, holding the fucking baseball bat, like, fucking terrified that's her with her scythe right now.
Okay, hang on. I need to think about how Dee Dee's gonna react to this. Holy 5e, give me your stat sheet.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, they are. Where the fuck is this stat block?
I have it in my extras.
I found it. Okay. 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 You...
Oh, wait, I did also just think about something that might make this simpler. We get to Ivor, but before we get there, Helly does tell Dee Dee to wait outside because she doesn't want Dee Dee to know about the book.
Fair enough. Okay. That does simplify things.
Oh, and you're like, crisis averted.
Yeah, okay. That simplifies things.
Also tells Philly to wait outside. Tells Dee Dee to watch Philly outside.
Dee Dee kind of confusedly looks around for Philly. Philly just kind of appears and bows to you, listening to the order. As you knock on the door? You knock on the door. And after a moment of quiet, it swings open and you see the familiar pale form of Ivor. As he smiles. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Can we come in?
You may.
I enter. And I imagine I was holding Hellebor's hand. How does Hellebor react?
It's like tugging a dog on the leash when they really, really don't want to go. There's resistance. Like not even like her really trying to. It's just her feet will not move. She's been hiding behind you the entire time. Like there's just an eye sticking out, like dilated with fear. Like you can hear. She still has the scythe drawn.
I try to pull at her, and Hellebor's stronger than Helly. So Helly doesn't try long before just standing there and being like, "Okay, I guess we could talk here."
Seeing Hellebor scared, Ivor smiles and says, "Don't worry, I don't bite. Well, I won't."
God damn it! Why'd they have to start with the joke? She can't take that. All right, there's like the hint. There's like a single little hit that escapes, and she starts to laugh like a little bit, and then like there's like 10% of an ease of tension going on, but it's still there.
So, Ivor, did you make any progress with the book? Did you find anything?
Well, I have have not had a lot of time. The book has proven difficult and uncooperative, seeing as I do not have a soul for it to corrupt.
You haven't felt compelled to do anything, right?
No, nothing more than my usual compulsions.
Insight.
Roll insight.
17.
You believe him. At least you believe that he believes what he's saying.
Okay. All right. Well, we've done everything we need to do here. So, other than this, so I was just letting you know that we're leaving, but I'm keeping an ear to the ground for you if I hear anything bad. And also, if you do finish the book and there's nothing, you could probably just talk to Ariane and he'll like send for us or something.
Understood. I will reach out when I am finished with the book.
Good. Hallie, would you like to say anything?
It's literally when the teacher says to stand up and introduce yourself. Like there's that look.
If it eases your mind, I have sworn off eating humanoids.
I don't care about that. That's it's. I will say that, like, the kind of vibe that you're getting right now is almost like someone who is like irrationally terrified of something, not really because like they like hate or loathe the thing. It's just an uncontrollable, like, she almost seems like she's kind of somewhat like she's mad at herself for being this scared. This doesn't seem to be a choice. This is pure instinct taking over. I did just think of something. She will whisper to Helly real quick.
Helly, if you want me to see if like this is actually someone who you can somewhat trust and stuff, I have something for that.
But how?
I have someone who's a really good vibe checker.
Helly grumbles to herself, summoning something. Okay, sure. If you think it'll help.
She looks kind of guilty.
I don't have to if you don't want me to.
No, it's fine. I mean, if it helps.
Right. She's going to very sadly, like a beaten dog. She's gonna go ahead and summon a sprite with Conjure Woodland beings. And as this sprite comes into being, you see a very, very small, about pixie-sized individual. Looks like a little male pixie with full, stupidly big plate armor on. That kind of like obscures his face, and he reaches up and like slides the visor up a little bit. Yeah.
Hello. What can I do for you?
She does a little ta-da, peeking her head and making sure that both of them can see this individual.
Helly politely claps. and keeps her complaints mostly to herself.
This is Sir Sparkles a lot. He is the best vibe checker of anyone ever. He can look straight into a soul, not soul, being, essence, undead thing, individual creation, and be like, yeah, this is good, or this is bad, or this is medium.
Whew. Then yeah, Ivor, come pick up this guy then.
I hope you will forgive. I am uneasy around fairies, but I will submit to whatever tests.
Alright. Helipor will nod to she looks stupidly serious about this with like this goony little knight dude, and she just kind of like motions him onwards, like leading a soldier in a battle.
Okay,
Do
do the poke.
Okay. Is that a zone of truth? Is that what it is?
No. So there is a ability that sprites have. I will just here, I have it pulled up. They have a ability called Heart Sight. The sprite touches a creature and magically knows the creature's current emotional state. If the target fails a DC 10 charisma saving throw, the sprite also knows the creature's alignment. Celestials, fiends, and undead automatically fail the saving throw.
Oh, undead
So-
automatically fail.
Basically, it gives me their alignment and their current emotional state.
Sir Sparkles a lot does his thing as he pokes Ivor, and kind of is quiet for a moment, and then shifts to you and says,
He is uneasy about my presence, ma'am. But he is neutrally evil.
Wait, hold on. Just to get a baseline here. What am I? I'll hold a hand out to Sparkles a lot.
he pokes you. Your alignment would be, I feel like lawful
What?
evil, right?
Devils are normally lawful evil, yeah.
She is curious, ma'am, and lawfully evil.
What?
Alright.
What?
Helibor literally just like you see an immediate shift. Like this person passed the vibe check because Helly's evil. It's just like you literally see like there's still an innate fear, but like it's literally like girl just had the world removed off of her shoulders. Like she takes a deep breath in and out.
Perfect. Okay, Ivor, you can be trusted.
Your vibe check called me evil, and that means I can be trusted?
I guess if I'm evil, then yeah, evil's not that bad.
Yeah, I mean, if Helly's evil, then evil's good.
Kind of raises an eyebrow a little bit, but nods and says, right. So, is there anything else you need?
Nope. Just, and you know what? How to reach us. And good luck with the book. And I've got my eye on you. You still have a deal.
We absolutely still have a deal. And I will make sure this book gets to you when I am done with it. With it.
Good. All right.
Helibor almost like comedically having no problem with the dude now, will just kind of like wave and smile.
I love that. We've confirmed by some standard that fairies use, he is evil. And that's, yes, now we're good with him.
So, just to give my gauge of the good versus evil side of the spectrum, because there is a lot of debate about it in the D&D community. Evil tends to refer to selfishness, while good tends to refer to selflessness.
Can I ask, because, like, Helly isn't all devil. Like, I have on many occasions made a point that she is different from other devils
That's
in that
true.
she does want people to be good. Like, devils want people to be evil so that they can punish them. She just wants evil people to be punished, but she wants good people to have a good life.
That's fair.
And I have, in the past, cited Teori as both her lessons and just her genetics being why Helly is different from other devils.
I mean, but I did also literally ask you what would your alignment be, and you said...
Well, I said I was trying to say devils are lawful evil, but there's also Teori. But I also don't know what alignment Teori would fall
Teori
under
would be
after-
lawful evil.
Okay, then yeah, sure. Just making sure.
Okay.
Just for reference, I feel like Celeborn will probably be a true neutral.
That makes sense. I was thinking either neutral good or true neutral.
I usually see evil versus good by how they handle innocent people. Where, like, good people, no matter what, would never put innocent people in harm's way, while evil people would if it benefited them, for whether that be for lawful or chaotic reasons.
That's a fair way to gauge that spectrum.
And Helly has been shown to not really care if innocent people get hurt in her shenanigans because she believes they'll go to heaven.
If we're going by that gauge, it would still give the same result.
Well, either way, we walk away. Halibor does an army salute to Sir Sparkles a lot.
You are dismissed, soldier.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, well, that cleared up a lot. Okay, come on. I guess we'll make our way to Kiana's, but first, Rain will have a scene there.
Rain, you make your way over to Kiana's. Do you know where Kiana lives?
Ooh.
So, here's the funny thing. Rain would probably go try to get to the book. Because he knows where the book is.
That is in the same direction as Ivor, I will note, to start with.
Oh my god!
They're both in the same building.
We're just going the same places, guys. So, while you guys are going to Ivor, Rain's just awkwardly, like, a street over. You guys make awkward eye contact every once in a while.
I do love Serena being like, you got to do whatever you can to find out about that book. And then, like, I just imagine, like, 2 rooms over, they're talking about the book and Rain doesn't know.
That's fucking amazing.
I think Rain was going not for Ivor's book, but...
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
oh yeah.
for
But,
the-
like, the
for-
fact that
for
they're
what I mean.
talking about the other book is funny.
Gotcha, fair enough, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You make your way to the main building. How are you planning to sneak into the offices where you can find those books?
So, funnily enough, we were given invisibility potions.
Yeah, are you using one of them?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. You down an invisibility potion and quickly make your way to Elsworth's office, since that's the one that you know where it is and is closer than Ariane's. You look at the book.
And Rain will be stealing this book.
Oh! You don't look at it, you steal it. Okay. Sure.
This is where we find out they actually cursed this specific book. So
Go ahead and add the APS command journal to your inventory. It is not an actual item on D&D Beyond, so you'll have to add it as a custom item.
Okay.
And because you are invisible, nothing can be done about it.
Look, Rain's not doing anything nefarious with this book. He feels like, you know, if he ever needs, say, one day to get in contact with one of them for world-ending things, he could always, you know, see who's on what plane, be like, hey, sending, I need you here this date, this time. It's just a call book for him, I promise. I promise.
it's a phone book.
It's a phone book. Okay.
Okay, you steal the book.
Rain would. I feel like Rain would first look, see where, you know, Ariane is. Not Ariane. Kiana.
Kiana is marked as being in a home, out in the kind of city, as opposed to in the headquarters building.
Alright, taking very careful note of this, probably, you know, jotting down in his own personal book as well, just like vague directions and whatnot. Rain will probably summon Felix and have Felix carry the APS command journal for now.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I just also realized, technically, this is mean. Rain's trying to, you know, be nicer to Felix and all that. I feel like Rain would have probably tried to, like, summon Felix, like, way back when the conversations were happening.
What conversations?
When Hellebore just got back, pretty much.
Felix, you dismissed Felix when Hellebore got back.
Oh.
You did say you did that. You dismissed Felix before you shut down the tiny hut.
That's rude. Poor Felix. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Alright. Then we'll wait on giving Felix the book.
Okay.
I mean, it is a bonus action to summon him.
But invisibility is...
Oh, yeah. Well, no, wait. But,
yeah.
But you could
Is that
leave,
casting?
and then as you're walking to Kiana's, summon him.
Also, is that I guess, is that casting the spell to resummon him?
I would also make the argument that no, it is not casting a spell.
No?
No.
I've had DMs that say that you can't do that because you are using magical means.
Yeah, but it's not casting
I would,
spell.
yeah, I would say, like, when you find familiar, like, the spell is ongoing. You're not, like, if you were gonna sit down and give him a new form, you're casting familiar, find familiar, invisibility is broken. But at the moment, find familiar is just always on. Summoning him is not casting the spell.
That's gonna make thieving so much more easier. Alright, Rain will give Felix the book then.
Okay.
Notably, Felix wouldn't be invisible.
Yes.
Well, there's
So,
someone in the room immediately, is there?
no, there is not.
Okay. Book
Ah.
just turns invisible while someone's using it.
You're making your way to Kiana's then?
Yep.
Okay. You
Probably either not too far behind the other two or just a little bit ahead of them, honestly.
you would be a bit ahead because you just grabbed the book and left. They were having a conversation. You are invisible as you are making your way to Kiana's, and invisible as you arrive.
All right, Rain will knock on the door.
There's silence for a moment, and then the door opens. You see Kiana kind of glance out and kind of looks to your left, looks straight, like, across you to your right. Hello?
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. Rain will reveal himself.
Can I
Sorry.
help you?
We just wanted to well,
We?
I just wanted to I guess thank you for your cooperation.
My cooperation?
I mean, don't laugh at me.
I'm sorry.
Imagine stealing from someone, then going back to their front door to knock on it and be like, "Thank you for cooperating."
Thanks, your help was awesome. Help with what? This throws key fragment back.
Rain didn't steal it, okay? I just want to put that out there. Rain had nothing to do with this crime.
Yeah, he's taking credit for it right here.
He's not taking credit for it. Okay, maybe a bit ominously. But this also means that, admittedly, this is good for you guys because this is also clearing you guys specifically for breaking stuff. So they won't
It's
be
also going to make it way more awkward when we show up and we're like, hey, we want to talk to Alice. Yeah, we stole your key.
You know what, fair enough.
Keep going. Keep going.
Oh. Do you remember me?
No.
Good, probably best you didn't.
Should I?
No, you definitely should not.
Wait, what am I about to do? Awful. Stabs.
I will just say, your well, few things. Your security isn't really all that tight, personally. You might want to look into that. It's quite easy to commit crimes with you around. Secondly, I will just say, again, thank you. You guys did help, in a sense, with righting some of the previous wrongs of APS. So, good on that, I guess. Are you busy currently?
I was just about to go to bed.
Oh, so you're free. Perfect.
That's crazy.
Would you mind sharing with me any information you currently have on the Crest Hunt?
The Crest Hunt.
How is the investigation going with that?
Well, that is Holly's investigation, not mine, so I don't have a lot of information other than they are dangerous and you should avoid them when possible.
Okay. I know you guys are currently very much like us, split and torn in all different directions. Well, if that is Holly's investigation, which one is yours? What area are you focusing on?
I am not at liberty to say. It is classified.
The Cursed Ones? Is it the threats against the royal people?
The Cursed Ones is Tatum's investigation.
Okay. Are you exploring other shadowy realms for certain things?
What are you getting at?
I'm just trying to see what information you know as of yet, or if, well, pretty much just what information you are currently, aware of.
Okay. In what context?
What do you mean by that?
Well, I have a lot of information about a lot of things.
Let's go with world-ending events.
He pauses. I am currently aware of a possible threat that I have
Just
been...
one?
Only one truly world-ending threat.
Go on.
No.
No?
You have not provided any identification or reason for me to give you this information.
Actually, that is a fair point. I realize you probably have no idea who I am, which is, again, probably best it stays that way. Well, in the future, I would be careful. Don't trust random strangers that knock on your door in the middle of the night.
Oh my god.
That raid is going to mark.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Rain, as you turn to walk away, Hellebore, Helly, you two approach.
Oh no.
You two approach Kiana's home to speak with Alice, and you see Rain walking away. You see Rain turning around to walk away.
Oh boy.
What are you guys doing here?
Well, nothing. You go on. You got to talk to Kiana, right? That's all you wanted?
No, I was actually just looking at the moon for a moment.
I look up to Kiana. I look up to Kiana, who I assume is still in the doorway.
Yep.
This poor man.
Kiana, right? That's your name?
Mhm.
What have you heard recently about from the other chiefs?
Well,
About like world-ending events and whatnot.
Shut up.
up until about 6 hours ago, we were worried about the key fragments that were going missing, and then we received the order that the thieves, you, were to be pardoned.
Great. So you know. All right. So while she steps past Rain, just completely ignoring him. So when we came in and we stole your key, we met your demon, and I'd like to say bye to her before we leave.
You're and
Which part of that was confusing?
the fact that you're an angel and you want to speak to a demon?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she can handle herself. By all means, need gestures inside. Though she's not my demon. She's my companion.
Mm-hmm. I will step inside.
Wait, are you two like together?
He just kind of stares at you, Rain.
Ellie goes, "That's gross. She can do better."
Helipor is following Ellie.
Rain is going to cling to Helipor's arm now. Just like head down in shame.
Oh, she will do her utmost to shield him with all of her appendages.
It just slipped out. I'm sorry.
So, Hallie will walk into the house like she fucking owns it. Like, she's been here a billion times. This is her place. Kiana is renting it from her. And she walks in and she goes, "Alice, you here?"
There is a heat wave. And you see her suddenly standing in front of you. Oh.
Did you enjoy your books?
Yes, you picked out a wonderful selection.
Great.
Kiana found out...
But you didn't tell him, right?
No, of course not. We had a deal.
Then our deal is done. Good job.
Is everything okay?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you, and looked at, I assume Kiana is nearby.
At this point, he has closed his door and is walking upstairs.
A lot of trust in us who tried to burn his house down. What? I need to remember the name real quick. I think he wrote it down somewhere. What do you know about Elastrixus?
Her eyes widen slightly. How do you know that name?
I heard it from a demon.
You talk to other demons?
Mm-hmm. I have actually quite a few demons in my command. Because my mother is merciful and let them live after their failed attempt on our circle.
Huh.
So that's you?
No. Alistrixus is, last I heard she was dead.
Mm.
She's dangerous. She served Icarus. Don't trust anyone who says she's a good person.
Okay, well, my demon told me that she's not, so my demon's trustworthy then, I guess.
I mean, I wouldn't trust any demon as far as you can throw them, but at least, their moral compass is vaguely pointed in the right direction. Alistrixus, she served Icarus, but she didn't have any of the restraints that he did. If she hadn't died, I assure you she would have taken control of the hell, or of the abyss, and put a full frontal assault on the heavens themselves. She would have shot to kill the gods, if she could have.
Mm. Well, I mean, that's funny, but
funny how, blind she was to her own ambition.
Mm-hmm. Alice, you You met Icarus before. Not met, but like seen him, right?
Yeah. He was my king.
What did he look like?
He... If... Here, step into the backyard with me. I can show you.
Okay.
She will lead you out the back door into a small garden outside. I assume, Hellebore, you're following as well?
And Rain's with us. Is Rain following with us?
Yep.
Okay. She leads you outside, and then she kind of closes her eyes for a second and says, I apologize, it's been a minute since I've shapeshifted. She takes a deep breath, and then you see her hair begins to blow as if in the wind, then pulls back up into her head, as her skin becomes black. A pair of feathered wings stretch, tearing themselves out of her back. As she grows to this hulking size, another 2 pairs of arms extend out from her, and another pair of legs as well, as she grows to this hulking 30-foot tall mass in front of you.
Oh.
Damn.
Yeah, I guess I kind of should have expected that from a Demon King.
Her form rapidly shifts back into Alice as she coughs up a little bit of blood.
Alright.
That took a lot more out of me than I thought it would have.
I'll keep that in mind. Well, we're on a tight time schedule right now, Alice. So, we're about to leave. I hope you enjoy your books. Also, wait, do you know Zesbeth? Does that mean anything to you?
Let me double check the notes you gave me.
Zesbeth was a grunt, but a prominent grunt in the attack. So I don't know if Alice would know of her or not.
Alice is quiet for a moment. I knew a couple by that name.
Okay. Well, Beth is the one that told me about the other one and told me not to trust her because Beth made a deal with my mother, and if Kiana or whoever here treats you poorly, if you just reach out to me, I can try to arrange a similar deal with you. If you want.
I think I'm okay with my current arrangement. But I appreciate the offer.
Okay, let me know.
You said you're on a time crunch. You should get out of here.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy your books. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
And then I will turn and walk away and look to Rain smug, like, I handled that perfectly.
Rain will just flash a smile.
Back to the hotel room.
You make your way back to the room.
The entire time, Rain, the entire walk back, Rain will be just like still clinging to Hellebore.
Hallie will cling to the other side of Hellebore.
Oh, the walking wall. The walking wall is back. Oh joy.
Hellebore's over here like, I saw those extra pair of arms, my guy.
I was
Yeah, but
extra
also, like-
pairs of arms.
2 extra pairs of arms, multiple legs and wings. So
6
Helly
arms,
is like,
2 wings, 4 legs.
so yeah.
What?
Helly
Sorry.
doesn't see the comparison, but it's up
Yeah,
to Helly.
there's not too much. There's not too much of one.
You guys make your way back to the room where Talzin and Hyacinth are waiting. As you gather for the spell, Dee Dee focuses her magic, and for a moment, your world goes dark. Then, you feel the soft grass beneath your feet, and that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Yeah, you guys transported to a steel
don't
cage. Good luck.
trust The grass.
I get forced you to touch grass, nerd.
I don't
Fucking
trust
idiot.
this
I took your shoe,
grass.
so you had to touch the grass.
Hey, leave Rain's shoes alone. Don't you dare.
I know. Runs away.
That's fucked up. You just took like a foot off his height.
Yep. My shoes now.
Thank you all for coming. Both,
Thousand Rain shoe swap.
both viewers
I was like, what the fuck are shoes?
and players. And I will see you all next time. Goodbye for now, my friends.